Okay, we're going to be starting here in about a minute. So if we can get Adam up in lane 1 and Natasha in lane 2.
Yeah, Natasha!
How's the volume over here? A little bit high.
Yeah.
Increase that a little bit. Speaker quite as much.
Yeah. Okay, so we got Adam in lane 1, followed by Gord, and then BJ. In lane 2, we've got Natasha starting, and then Ryder and Aiden are on deck.
Alright. Are you helping me? Okay. Yeah. You're keeping track of my stuff. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
like you're just gonna show her.
Yeah, so you're just gonna walk right through.
Hello and welcome to the third annual Vita's Strongest competition. We got a really fun day planned today. We're starting off with a press medley. We're just starting in a couple minutes, doing some last minute setup because we had some competitors with. We are doing this a little bit early in case anyone wasn't aware, maybe caught off guard. Although you're probably not tuned into the live stream right off the bat if that's the case. But this was supposed to be tomorrow, but it's calling for some major thunderstorms tomorrow. The whole competition was moved, so we've had a couple competitors. They're showing up kind of last second, so we just had a bit of a late start, making sure that they were all prepped and ready to go. But we are about to be underway. So just for a bit of explanation with the heads-up display here, we're only able to show one category at a time. So right now, on the right side of your screen, we have the teen women's category. So this is Natasha McMullen. And on the left side of your screen, we have the Masters men competing. So when we have the two categories going up head-to-head, or competitors from different categories going up head-to-head, we're going to be flipping the display overlay so that we can show you how both sides are doing throughout the course of the competitors going.
We got Natasha.
Both these competitors quite new. You know, Adam on your left-hand side, he is giving up a lot of size. He is the Masters lightweight, but the Masters lightweight has a limit of 231 pounds, and Adam is giving up a lot of size for that. Natasha is blazing through these presses, though. She has been doing awesome at all these competitions so far this year. Unfortunately, she will be competing against herself today, which has been the case for a couple. It's a brand new category, so we don't have a lot of teen women's competitors. I believe she was the first in Manitoba.
So it's 65 pounds she's lifting.
But she is doing awesome.
Sandbag. Let's cheer Natasha on. She started off pretty new to this. She's a teen.
With this event, they have to do as many reps as possible, cycling through axle to sandbag to log. Oh, just got out in front of her there, but she can get that weight. She did it before already.
Here you go. You got this, Natasha.
She just needs to keep it high on her chest, keep her elbows up.
Push here.
Oh, and she just gassed out at the last second. But 5 reps for Natasha is a really good result. You know, if she keeps at it, she's starting on the sport young, she's going to be so good.
On deck, we have BJ and Aiden in lane 2. Okay, and then Chuck, you're here after BJ, and Malachi is after Aiden.
So up next on the Masters side, on the left-hand side of your screen, looks to be Gord Grimolfsson coming out. And on the right-hand side of your screen, we're switching over to the teen men. This is like Ryder Joy representing Iron Image is out first for the teen men. Just taking a brief pause while they change the weights for the competitors.
We got Ryder, he's going to be in the right lane, lane 2. And Gord is going to be in the left lane, lane 1. Let's see how these guys are going to do here. So for Gord, he's going to be, his axle is going to be 250 pounds. Sandbag is going to be 200.
And if anyone's wondering about the weights that our athletes are lifting, they are listed at the top. I'll switch over to the men's masters so we can see what their weights are. And there's a typo. Okay. So it sounds like it's a 205-pound axle. I believe it's a 180-pound sandbag. And the log, I believe, is 10 pounds more than the axle, so 215.
And a 120-pound log. Just getting some fine-tuning done to the axle here so that we don't lose any weights. Okay, competitors are going to get ready here. Again, we got Ryder in the right, lane 2. And we got Gord in lane 1.
Oh. Looks like our volunteer extraordinaire, Janaea, caught a misload. So we're just getting the right weight on the log for Ryder. Logs, for anyone who doesn't know, there is no standard log. So logs can be all kinds of different weights. So misloads are much more likely. I wouldn't say they're more common because we have some great volunteers who make sure that they almost never happen. But they are more likely in strongman because plate math becomes much harder when the bar is always changing.
The right weights are on here so that we don't have any discrepancies. Okay. Ryder's making this look easy.
Wow, a close grip snatch of all of these weights. Is he going to one motion the log too? He is. Ryder is breezing through these implements. This will just be how fast he can go through it. Gord, good rep on the sandbag onto the log. 230-pound log for Gord. Ryder's doing really good. He's slowing down a little bit, so this is a good pacing that he's got going on.
Nice easy lift here.
Good rep from Gord. And he's calling it there. I think he knows that he's the best presser in this category. He's felt those implements. He knows that he's pretty well ahead.
See if he can get the sandbag up before time runs out.
Just under the wire.
Wow, good job, guys. So next up,
So that was, I believe, 2 2/3 rounds for Ryder. So 8 reps total.
with Malachi on deck. Okay, this is Aiden's first competition. Let's make sure he hears us. There we go.
Good rep. Oh, he didn't hold it at the top. Big press, press. Got it. There he goes.
There we go. Aiden's on to the sandbag here.
No, Aiden grinding through these reps. He's looked near his limit, but seems to have a pretty good ability to grind through some heavy lifts. That log just got out in front of him. If he can get it back over his head, he's shown that he can grind. We got BJ onto the sandbag, just getting his hands in the right spot. Oh, interesting technique. He's onto his shoulder, maybe getting better leg drive.
Let's go, BJ.
Oh, no. And he locked it out. It was an interesting technique, but it worked.
That's time. Good job, competitors. So Chris Chucker, you're up here in lane 1, and Malachi
All right, up next we have our final men's masters lightweight, Chris Chukri, and we're starting with our final teen. Actually, we're also getting some times populated. So, Ryder Joy got 11 reps, so he actually did 4 and 2/3. No, sorry, 3 and 2/3, not 2. Chris just struggling with that clean a little bit, but he's got it onto his belt.
He's got 100 pounds here. He's got to put over his head.
Chris seems to be struggling with the clean. He started with the double overhand, and then he switched to a mixed grip. I'm not sure if he's had that much practice on the axle, because he should be doing it the opposite. There we go. Maintaining his double overhand. We apologize for the camera angle, but it is more important that our refs have a good view of the competitor and our competitor of the refs.
Easy push. Easy push, Malachi. Just about.
It's a good attempt from Malachi.
Use that belt.
You know, he's also really new to the sport. Upper body strength does generally take a bit more time to develop. If he can push harder with his legs
Guy's going for it again.
and get this log back over his head.
No, he's calling it there. Okay, that's time.
All right, let's check in on how our Masters lightweights were doing. Gord ahead of BJ by 1 implement. Still waiting on Chakri, but I don't believe he got the axle. So looks like Gord won the press medley. And among our men's teams, it looks like Malachi Weeb and Godlin. I'm not sure his Aiden. Looks like they both got 2 implements, so we have to wait and see who got it faster. See who takes the points. And it was Malachi in 12 seconds. So that's some good points for Malachi. Joy Ryder absolutely destroyed that, though. 11 reps. Only one to get a full round of implements. Next, we're on to our men's 105 and our women's under 64.
You guys are fine. I moved over. We should be okay. Hey, how are you? Oh, good. Oh, is it Jenna? Oh, it's Anna. That's fair.
Starting off in our men's under 105 is Clinton Grad. Clinton has been doing awesome so far this year. He's shown that he progressed a ton over this past off season. He won the 105s at our first regional qualifier in Tolstoy earlier this year.
Well, we have a little bit of time here. Just going to mention Devin and Tyler, they have a podcast. If you ever get a chance, listen to it. It's quite comical. Strong and Petty is what it's called. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify, Apple, all sorts. You'll find it. Just look up Strong and Petty. We're not sure which one's which, but. Okay, we got Clinton here. We got all right. Clinton, he's going for 250 pounds. Anna's at 110. Now she's lifting 100 pound sandbag. Look at this. She's making this look effortless. Clinton, he's doing 180 pound sandbag. Okay, look at this.
I apologize, just correcting slight error with the score sheet, making sure that we have the right score up on screen. So Anna is the first U64. Sabrina's score was entered along with her sister's, or I should say it was just displaying her sister's score. Both of them trying to finish out this first round of implements. Clinton has the log on his chest. He has a good presser. Can he lock it out? No, not quite there, but both of them with 2 implements. With the women's implements, that axle is 100 pounds, the sandbag is 90, and that log is 110 pounds. Anna has pressed a 110-pound log before, but doing it as part of a medley where you've already used up some energy and you're having to do different techniques back to back can really exhaust you and fatigue you in a totally different way. up next for the women's U64, we have the sisters, Sabrina McMullen, who will now get the correct score attributed to her. And we have Garrett. Garrett Wurstiuk out of Brandon, Manitoba. Representing Jacked Jim.
Then Tyler and Geraldine.
Sabrina, a nice grind. She had a hard sticking point, but once she got her balance and got stable,
100-pound sandbag.
pushed through it, no problem.
And Garrett's lifting 180-pound sandbag here.
Both of them have the sandbag on their chest.
On their head.
Sabrina didn't use her legs at all. Garrett managed to press the sandbag. Smart letting it drop behind him so he can get into the log sooner.
Now Garrett's going to be going for a 240-pound log press.
We're checking on the weights for our men's under 105s. This log is 240 pounds that Garrett has to press.
You got this, Sabrina. Quick reset. You got this.
Because they just couldn't get it stable on his chest.
Garrett's going to call it there.
Or potentially saving energy. Maybe he knew that he couldn't get it. He already had good points. Getting the 2 reps. Oh, we have another family discrepancy on the score sheet. We have Malachi's score showing up for Chris Weeb. Malachi Weeb showing up his score under his dad's name.
We got Michelle in lane 2, and we have Chris Weeb in lane 1. Chris Weeb in lane 1.
After Chris,
Chris Weeb in lane 1, Michelle Kamanik in lane 2. Michelle's the first of our women's Masters competitors to come out.
Okay, here goes Michelle.
Come on, Michelle. Come on, you got this.
She's into it.
The weights for our women's Masters, same as the U64. So 100-pound axle, 90-pound sandbag, 110-pound log. Easy axle for Michelle. Michelle's got some crazy raw strength, so that sandbag is not a problem. But she is definitely a deadlift specialist. Pressing is not her favorite event. Chris seems to be struggling with this axle. I think this is about a limit lift, but it is within his capabilities. Gets it to the belt. To his hand. Taking a moment to get stable. Up to his chest. Now he's got to drive hard with the legs. Big push. Oh. And the broom even attacked him. Michelle back to the axle and gets a rep.
Michelle's going to go for the 100-pound sandbag.
Another rep on the sandbag.
That's time.
And that's the end of her time.
Competitors.
But a great job getting 4 reps.
So we got Tyler up with Brian on deck, and then in lane 2 we got Geraldine and Kelly on deck.
All right, so that is all of our men's under 105s. Let's check in, see how their scores are doing. So it looks like Clint is in the lead. Chris Weeb wasn't able to get a rep on the axle, so Clint wins the press medley, only finishing about 2 seconds faster than Garrett Wurstiuk to those 2 reps. So these times are ending up being pretty important. Having to be able to go through the implements fast if you are of similar, overall strength levels is really important. All right, we're getting a weight change for our men's under 120.
Yes, U120, we got Tyler in the left lane, lane 1, and Geraldine in lane 2. Ryan, you're up next in lane 1.
So in lane 1, we have the rookie, Tyler Prince. This is his first ever strongman competition. No problem with that axle. And on the lane on your right, we have Geraldine. I'm not sure what her issue is. This is her first Manitoba competition. I don't know if she's competed elsewhere. We got the sandbag. It looks like it's almost on her shoulder, similar to BJ, but pressed it with no problem. Just looked like it took a bit of time to get steady. Tyler cleans the log. He seems to get a lot out of his legs, so he needs a big push and he needs to keep his elbows up. Looked like he was a bit tentative on that dip. If he just attacks this, I think he can get this rep. Geraldine back after 1 round of implements. back to the axle.
Nice easy lift here.
Just muscle cleans it. Doesn't even rebend the knees at all. And a solid press from Geraldine.
Just in time. Good job, competitors. So next up we have Ryan F. in the left lane with
Up next for our under 120s, we have Ryan Fraze. And on your right, in the women's master side, we have Kelly Giddings. Oh, I apologize. I forgot to put up the stopwatch on. I have a lot of things I'm doing here today. Normally, this is a 3-person job. I'm trying to do it all myself today. We're a bit short on volunteers due to the last-minute date change. But I'm doing my best. And Ryan Fraze still putting on his wrist straps. Kelly's ready to go.
Okay, we got Ryan here. And we've got Kelly.
Kelly has an Olympic lifting background, so the cleans, especially on the axle, are going to be no problem for her. Ryan gets the axle to his chest as Kelly finishes her first rep of the sandbag. Ryan presses out the axle. This is good. Ryan is not, overhead pressing is not his favorite event, but he looks to have improved quite a bit. Kelly gets a rep with a log, and she's back to the beginning. If she can hit this rep, I do believe that would put her in the lead based on split times.
Kelly's going for round 2.
Despite the Olympic lifting background, she just push presses that axle. Ryan shouldered the sandbag.
Just has to get her over her head here. There you go.
Looks like he's struggling to figure out how to press that bag. Kelly's already won. Now she's just doing a victory lap. There's only a couple seconds. Oh, that's time. That's time. But that was for a moral victory, but she did decide. It looked like she could have grinded that out, but she decided that the points was enough.
With Lexi starting us off, and we've got Devin on the left lane, followed by Carter.
All right, we'll wait for the Masters women's times to finish getting entered, so we see who took the win in that event.
If you're here, it's totally fine. It's just, yeah, I'm just slowly trying to move over so that I
Okay, I'll try to stay off to the side.
the end, all the shows someone inevitably is always, but.
Okay, so we got Lexi going to be in lane 2, and we're going to have Devin in lane 1.
Okay. We just had to change a competitor listing, so the women's masters. Oh, there we go.
5-pound axle, then a 100-pound sandbag,
Ooh.
140-pound log.
Okay, the display at the bottom is inaccurate. Kelly won, but it is.
Axle, 200-pound sandbag, and a 250-pound log.
I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. It seems to be the placing seems to be backwards, but we'll get that fixed in between events. For now, we have the women's under 73. They have a 110-pound axle, a 90-pound sandbag, which Lexi is just toying with, and a 120 log. Oh, she got it to her shoulders very easy, but she's struggling with getting the press.
That 100-pound sandbag, that's not an easy thing to grab onto. They're not allowed to use the handle. They have to grab it in a different way.
And it looks like on the men's side right now, we have Devin Normandin out. Devin is a great bench presser.
You got this, Lexi.
Coming over from powerlifting background, I believe this is his first ever strongman competition.
Sandbag he's trying to lift up. Lexi's trying to lift 100 pounds.
Lexi just can't get that bag quite right.
Good grip to get that thing over her head.
Devin was just struggling with the placement on his chest. Looks like he's calling it there. Doesn't want to waste too much energy stabilizing that sandbag. Lexi just not giving up. Now it looks like it's time.
And that's it. Good job, competitors.
1 rep for each, Devin and Lexi.
Sorry, Carter. My bad. Carter, followed by Martin. In lane 2, we have Chelsea, followed by
Let's check in on how our under 120s are doing overall.
Then it goes
So far, Tyler Prince still in lead with 2 reps.
So we got Carter in lane 1. He's in the U120. We have Chelsea in lane 2. She's in the U73. So she's doing 125 pounds. No problem there. She's on to the 100-pound sandbag.
Oh, Carter tried to jerk that, but just couldn't steady it overhead to stand up with it.
Carter's lifting 240 pounds here. Good job with that sandbag. Okay, Chelsea.
Meanwhile, Chelsea is cruising through these implements.
Let's see if she can push that.
A nice methodical pace. She already knows what Lexi managed, so yeah, she's calling it there. She has her points. Carter's so close with this axle, just needs to get it stable overhead long enough to get the down signal. Pops it up to his chest. He's another very new competitor, only been training strongman for about a year. And he locks it out. He just can't stabilize it.
He's going to call it there. Time's up.
Now it's time for Carter. It was a great effort. Put that axle overhead 3 times, just could not get it to stay still.
We have Jenna. Then we have Emma on deck with Jessica to follow.
Jocelyn.
All right, we got our last of the men's under 120
I
and
literally
the
at one
only
point your
of our
hand
women's
came into the
U82.
frame, but other than that, it doesn't matter.
the last. Oh wait.
So on the left side, that's Martin Demirov out of Iron Age Gym. On the right-hand side here will be Jenna Dare, also out of Iron Age Gym.
Okay, Martin, he's getting ready here. We're just resetting some weights for Jenna here on the lane 2. Just want to make sure we have the weights right. So lane 2, we have got 140 pounds. We're upping the weight here a little bit. 140 for her to start. On the axle, then we have a 120-pound sandbag with a 150-pound log. And Martin, he is going to be doing a 240-pound axle, a 200-pound sandbag, and a 250-pound log.
All right, looks like our weights have been changed. Our competitors are ready. Martin knows if he hits this, it'll be big points. Just needs to get it over his belt. Easy lift for Jenna. Onto the sandbag. Martin's got some big, strong legs. He's a great squatter. He needs to get these legs into to help him with this clean. He's just inching that up his body. This is burning a ton of energy. He's so close. You can pop it up. Oh. Just couldn't quite inch it up high enough. Jenna can't get that sandbag to stay still on her chest.
Jenna is as well. Okay, next up, we got Trevor in lane 1 in the open division.
9 seconds.
Okay, let's check out our men's under 120.
Lane 2 also in the open division. Obviously men's and women's. So we got
So it looks like Tyler Prince takes the win in his first event in his first competition. 2 reps with of the press medley with the axle and the sandbag. So that's a good start for Tyler. And now we're going into our men's and women's open competitors.
Then we're going to have a 200-pound sandbag and a 265-pound log. In lane 2 here for the women's open, we're going to have a 150-pound start on the axle, 120-pound sandbag, and a 160-pound log. Trevor in lane 1, followed by Matt on deck, and then Julian. And in lane 2, we have Emma starting off with Jessica and Ariel on deck. Okay, Trevor.
Okay, we got Trevor Jaworski in the left-hand lane and Emma Grimmelson in the right.
Nice, easy.
Trevor is a Masters competitor, but he's competitive in the Open, so he's already got his qualification for Masters Provincials if he chooses to do it. So he's just testing himself now against the Open competitors.
Emma's going with 120 pounds. You got this, Emma. Get it up there.
See a lot of the competitors today really struggling with the sandbag. It's a bit more of an unusual implement.
There we go.
Trevor gets a rep though.
He's going to move up to the 265 log here.
Emma just couldn't get it to stay stable on her chest. Trevor mentally prepping for this log. 265, this might be a PR for Trevor.
Nice easy push here.
I know Trevor's done at least 245 before, so this is right at his limit. Yeah. After the other presses, just a little bit too gassed. He wasn't going to get it. Saving the energy. Up next, we have Matt Bushi. Matt is a great presser. I expect him to get a lot of reps here, but he does tend to struggle with cleans, and having to clean different implements over and over again could sap a bunch of his energy. For the Women's Open, next we have Jessica Hickaway. Jessica, I'm not sure what her training background is. This is also her first competition in Manitoba. Don't know if she's competed elsewhere. All right, and they're started.
Matt's lifting that 250-pound axle.
Ooh, Jessica with an interesting clean technique. Looks like she was just muscling it up.
150 pounds here. Oh, almost.
She needs to drive hard with her legs.
Here we go, Matt. 200-pound sandbag.
Matt with the sandbag. Oh, just couldn't get it stable. But he has the pressing power for this.
You got this, Matt.
You know, having your hands underneath makes it so that you don't have to really grip the bag and can make the press easier in some ways. You can get a bit more stable on your chest. You don't have to rely so much on your hands, but it's more likely to fall out of your hands at lockout. Where some competitors, you'll see them gripping the top. That obviously means that the bag has enough give in it that you have something to grab onto, which may or may not be the case. But it does make it so that the bag is less likely to fall out of your hands as long as your grip can hold on. Match is too gassed for the log.
Next up, we have Julian in lane 1 with Jeremy on deck. And in lane 2, we have Ariel with Anna on deck.
All right. Up next on the right-hand side of your screen, Ariel Griffith. She has a lot of pressing power, very strong shoulders. For her, the clean is going to be where she will struggle and where she'll lose energy. So if she can keep these cleans efficient, she'll get a lot of reps here. And on the left side of your screen, we have Julian Caspito. Julian, another strong lifter. You know, I think this is the type of event Julian will like. I don't, you know, pressing is a pretty good strength for him. It's more of the deadlift and moving events. I think he tends to struggle. Ariel gets a sandbag. That's the biggest wild card. If you can get that, you're probably getting some good points. Easy clean for Ariel on the log. And she's a very good log presser. All the way through. You know, Ariel conserving energy. She's taking her time. She might know she's already got some good points, but I don't think this will be enough to win the event with some of the pressers that are coming, that are yet to come. But she gets another rep with the axle.
And that is time for Julian. Good job, competitors. So we have Jeremy up next.
So we have a problem with the points coming up, but we'll get that fixed in between the events.
For lane 1 and lane.
It's only on the women's, it seems, so I messed up something when I was doing some last-minute fixes before the competition started. Because we had the wrong scoring for the press medley. I thought it was just reps, and we had to add in the time. But we'll get that fixed in between events. All right, up next, on the left, Jeremy Baker, representing Iron Age Gym. And on the right, Anna Fund, also of Iron Age Gym. Anna, with an Olympic lifting background, she absolutely loves this type of event. The weights at the top are for the men's side. Easy press for Anna. She only needs to get 2 more reps to put herself in the lead, because I do believe she's faster than Ariel has been so far. Jeremy also cruising through these, even slightly faster than Anna, who is generally known for her speed. Back to the axle for both of them. Jeremy already putting himself in the lead, but he knows that there's some good pressers to come. Anna putting herself in the lead as well. If she can get a rep with the sandbag, she guarantees it. Doesn't have to rely on the fastest time. She needs to drive hard with the legs. She calls it there, but I do believe she's done enough. Putting herself in the lead. And Jeremy just gassed on that log and decided it was not worth the risk.
In lane 1, followed by Lane, and in lane 2, we have Aaron.
All right, up next, on the right-hand side, Erin Penner, novice competitor. She did the novice show this year. She also did Tolstoy, but this is her 3rd competition. And on the left, we're going to have Brian Burgeon.
Okay, guys, you got this.
Brian's got really long arms, but he is a very strong presser.
That's 250 pounds in Brian's hands, and 150 in Aaron's.
Good press from both competitors.
200 pound sandbag here for Brian, 120 for Aaron.
Erin looks like she's struggling to keep the sandbag where she wants to on her chest.
It's not easy to grab those things.
She just needs to pull it in tight, keep it pinned in place. That's good. That's good.
You got this, Aaron.
She needs to get it really high on her chest, because that's going to allow her to push as hard with her legs as she can.
5 pounds here for Brian.
Brian is onto the log.
Nice easy lift.
Brian, almost no leg drive. Just a kind of a strict press style with that log. And Aaron's calling it on the sandbag.
You need the log here, Brian. You need this.
Looked like she's checking her hand, maybe. The sandbag can sometimes catch on a fingernail and just yank on it.
We've got Lane and lane 1.
Up next in the left-hand side of your screen, we have Lane Campbell. This is gonna be Lane's favorite event of the day, I guarantee. Lane loves pressing, so he's gonna be looking to get some big points here. On the women's side, we're actually done. So we only have 1 competitor going for this event.
Actual 200-pound sandbag and then a 265-pound log.
Oh. Okay. So, called it too early. We actually have on the right-hand side of your screen is going to be Abby Harms. And on the left-hand side is Lane Campbell.
Sorry, we have Abby in lane 2. I missed her. My apologies. So she's also in the open here. 150 pounds lifting here.
Lane gets the bar to his chest. I think for Lane, if anything he can get to his chest, I think he can press.
Nice easy lift here, Lane.
Oh, it was close there. Abby, it looks like a bit of an imbalance. It looks like her right arm is struggling, but her left arm can press it. Good lift from Lane. Abby, it really seems that there's a big difference between what her left and right arms are able to do. Lane's onto the sandbag. If he can keep this pinned to his chest, yep. Oh.
Come on.
Abby tries a split jerk. I don't know if that's a technique she's practiced leading into this. And just too tired. You know, maybe she tried some of those other techniques earlier when she had a bit less, was a bit more fresh, a bit less fatigue. Maybe it would have worked for her, but not once she was already gassed out from the first attempts. That wraps up our press medley. We're going to fix some of the displays here so we can get an accurate representation of where the standings are, particularly for the women. And we will be back with the axle deadlift for reps. Okay, we'll see you soon.
Natasha.
Hello and welcome back. We have our display issues are corrected. We're all good to go. And we're starting off with the women's teen division in the right-hand lane, and we have our men's masters on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, let's just not stand in front of him.
It's 485 for Adam.
Okay, here we go.
Our women's teen starting off with 175 pounds for reps.
Adam's done. So we've got Chris on deck for lane
It appears
one.
that they're doing it.
Natasha's still
Oh, there we go. There is up commands.
in the tank here.
Our teen competitors, they sometimes get a bit more leeway. They're brand new competitors. We don't want to punish them for, forgetting one command. These are just smooth, controlled reps. She looks like... Oh. It looks hard, and then as soon as it starts moving, it just snaps into lockout. She's got 20 more seconds to get as many reps as possible. Didn't wait for the up command there. This is probably instincts. I would guess that she probably trains with a lot of touch and go deadlifts.
There we go. Good job.
Seems to be instincts taking over.
One more. You got it, Natasha. There we go. Good job.
That was a lot of reps for Natasha.
We got Chuckery in lane 1. We got Aiden in lane 2.
Let's see how many reps that was for Natasha.
And
Malachi, you're on deck in lane 2.
Like 12 reps for Natasha with 175 pounds. We'll switch over to... Let's switch to our men's masters.
In lane 1.
485 pounds for Chris Chuckery.
300 pounds in lane 2. So Aiden's going to be lifting 300. And Chuckery's going to be lifting 485.
he's going to be trying.
To lift it. And then make it look easy here.
Okay, we got Aiden ready to go.
And
Just going to get their straps ready to go here.
for our men teen, they're doing 300 pounds.
In lane 2.
300 pounds for our teens lifted on an axle from the floor. If anyone hasn't used an axle bar, it's quite a bit harder than a standard bar or a deadlift bar. One, it's super thick. It doesn't bend at all. There's zero give to this bar, which kind of makes you feel like you're just pulling and pulling forever, and then all of a sudden, the weight just starts moving, and it almost feels unexpected. Additionally, because the bar is thicker, it pushes it further away from your legs. So you've probably always heard the instruction when you're deadlifting that you want to keep the bar as close to your legs as possible. With the axle, the bar is essentially just further out,
Keep going, Aiden.
because the center of mass of the axle is further away from your hips. Oh, and we left the timer going.
Just about.
Good job. Good job, guys.
Good. Another example is just a new competitor forgetting to wait for the commands.
Rider on deck.
Not sure if they're going to take any of the reps away from him, but there was a couple that he didn't wait for the down command. So we'll wait for the officials' decisions. Like I said, with novice competitors, with teen competitors, we'll cut them a little bit more slack. They're brand new. On the teen side, this is Malachi Weeb.
Malachi, lane 2.
And on the men's masters,
Here they
we have
go.
BJ.
You got 485 for BJ.
Malachi just right on the border, being able to get this. for both of them is just coming off the ground. This seems just barely outside of their capabilities. So close for both of them. The axle, usually, it only gets stuck in two places. Either stapled to the floor, or if you have really big legs, it can make it really hard to lock out because it's going to try to push into your thighs, create a lot of friction. All right, up next we have our last Masters competitor, Gord Grimolfsson. Gord, great deadlifter.
Lane 1, followed by Garrett. And then we're going to have Ryder in lane 2, followed by Sabrina.
Oh, better. I had too much going on. I keep forgetting about the stopwatch.
After Ryder in lane 1. I don't know where Ryder is. He's right there. Oh, okay.
You're next. 7 is the rep.
You have time.
Oh, looks like Gord is skipping the deadlift. If anyone doesn't know, Gord, he did have an ACL rupture 2 years ago, and he did have surgery on it just this past year. So this maybe is flaring up. Maybe that's why he's skipping the deadlift. He doesn't need the points. So we'll switch over to the last of our men's teens competitors. So instead we have Chris Weeb in the left-hand side of your screen. And we have Ryder Joy on the right, just wrapping out this 300 like it's nobody's business. Ryder is our oldest teen competitor. He has a bit more time to develop. And, a year makes a huge difference between teen competitors, but he's showing a lot of potential this year. This just looks like his lungs giving out on him. He is still snapping these deadlifts into lockout. Just no problem. I'm sure his lungs gotta be burning at this point.
Good job, Ryder. So we have Garrett in.
So wait to see what his total was. He had to be 7 reps. I think he's comfortably above that. 17 reps for Ryder Joy. That is phenomenal performance. 17 reps with 300 pounds and on an axle. That is no joke. Regardless of whether you're a teen or not, you got to have a good deadlift and some good conditioning to pull that off.
And training grounds gym, as well as the Vita Canada Day committee.
So our next under 105 competitor is Garrett Wurstiuk out of Jacked Gym in Brandon. I also want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Iron Age Strength and Training Grounds Gym. Tyler and Devin, who put on this event, those are their facilities. Awesome facilities if you want to train strongman. Training grounds in St. Malo, Manitoba. So if you're in southern Manitoba and you're looking for somewhere to train, Training Grounds Gym is an awesome facility. Iron Age Strength in Winnipeg has almost all of the best competitors in Winnipeg that you'll see here. Jeremy Baker, who is, I believe, won the press medley in the men's open, and Manitoba's only 2 pro strongmen, all trained out of Iron Age Strength. Additionally, we have, I'll save the rest of the sponsors for after these competitors go. We have Sabrina on the right-hand side of your screen, Garrett Wershik on the left,
easy pull.
Garrett with some smooth reps. You know, and Garrett has last year was competing as a U80, cutting a ton of weight to make that category. So he is up 2 categories from where he was competing a year ago. Showing up as a 105. But you know, he was a really competitive U80, and he's showing that he can hang with the bigger categories.
You got this, Garrett.
Mind you, this is just where he tends to walk around and weigh in at naturally without cutting weight.
Nice.
Those are some good reps for Garrett.
We have Clint and Anna Doley.
Our other sponsors, Supplement King, Winnipeg. If you're looking for any supplement needs, you want pre-workout, intra-workout, anything for health or performance, go to Supplement King and Hooters. They have been a wonderful sponsor for Manitoba Strongman events for the past 3 or 4 years. They've been sponsoring. They've also volunteered. They've provided MCs. They've provided volunteers for our events in the past, so they're a great supporter, both from sponsorships, from volunteering. They clearly care about the Manitoba Strength community, and we want to support our sponsors. All right, on the left-hand side of your screen, we have Clinton Grad,
He's got 265 pounds here.
competing in the 105s, currently leading. He's going to be trying to hold off Garrett's push on this event.
15.
And Anna, on the right-hand side of your screen,
You got this, Clint. Pull it up.
Clint, if he gets his reps, he gets big points. Clint, before he got into strongman, he did have a pretty significant back injury that does limit him a bit on deadlifts. But if he can get a rep here, it's going to be good points, but it looks like it's just out of reach.
Keep going,
Anna has been always good at deadlifts. Getting these reps. Anna could be competing in our Masters division as well, but she chooses to compete in the U64s. Competed for a long time without any competition in the U64s, and now she has Sabrina to compete against. So.
We have Geraldine in the right lane with Michelle on deck.
Masters. Yeah.
All right, so in our U64s, Anna Deloli won with 7 reps in the deadlift.
With Martin on deck.
And in our 105s, Jay Garrett with the win, the only one to record a rep. He finished with 6.
Well, except for my girlfriend. My girlfriend. I actually buy it.
Wait, I'm almost there. Okay.
Oh, I'm not doing so.
I want to be a master.
So up next we have our men's under 120, and we're gonna have our women's masters starting. Let's see, for the under 120, it's a 565-pound deadlift for reps, and the women's masters is 265 for reps, the same weight as the U64s.
Nice easy lift for
Good rep for
The live stream.
265 she's lifting there.
good reps for Geraldine. Carter just got it off the ground, but couldn't lock it out.
Calling it there.
Saving some energy for later events. Seems to be for Carter. Geraldine is just racking up these reps now.
You got
You got this, Geraldine.
She's smiling. She likes deadlifts. This is her element.
Keep going.
It's just her lungs, but she's got the strength for it. They're not really slowing down.
One more.
She can get some reps. She can bang out a couple more.
One more.
She can get another one. She can lock it out. There it is. And if anyone can't hear, she has been told about 4 times to get one more.
One more.
Oh, she's calling it there. That was time. That was time. But a great result for Geraldine.
Good job. So we've got Martin in lane 1 with Devin on deck. And we have Michelle in lane 2 with Kelly on deck.
Now on the left-hand side of your screen, we have Martin Demirov.
If you were, I didn't notice.
And on the right, we have Michelle Kamanik. Now this, I mentioned it during the press. Michelle, she has long arms. She loves deadlifting. Michelle has a best deadlift in powerlifting meets of 197.5 kilos, which is 435 pounds. She's one of, I believe, only 3 Manitobans to pull over, Manitoban women to pull over 195 kilos in competition. And that was a smooth first rep. She's going to be looking to rack up the reps here. She'll be eyeing Geraldine's 10. Martin struggling with that first rep. If he gets this would be a PR. Martin infamous for the catchphrase, just stand up, just be tall. Michelle is cruising through these reps. She's not slowing down at all. You know, just smooth all the way start to finish. It doesn't seem to slow down. I'm pretty sure she's already in the lead. We'll just have to see by how much. She's calling it there. Like her lungs are toast.
Okay, so we have Devin in lane 1, followed by Ryan on deck.
15 reps for Michelle with 265 pounds. Up next on the left-hand side of your screen, we have, should have got this ready beforehand, we have Devin Normandin, coming from a powerlifting background, but I know deadlifts are not his favorite when powerlifting. We'll see how he manages with the axle bar. And on the right-hand side of the screen, Kelly Giddings. Kelly coming over from an Olympic lifting and CrossFit background. So not a ton of experience with deadlifts, but she's improving rapidly.
Weights are staying at the same with 565 in lane 1. Devin's going to be lifting.
For Kelly, I don't know if it's realistic for her to beat Geraldine or Michelle. So she might look to just get a rep and save some energy, take her point, and then move on to the later events. She's really great at moving events. I think she's going to be looking forward to the throw. That was a smooth first rep. Devin just stuck at his thighs. Oh, and couldn't lock it out. You know, this is looking comfortable for Kelly, and I mentioned that CrossFit background. She has some great conditioning. This is, I'm pretty sure this is about 90% of her 1 rep max, and she is repping it out. She might be able to catch Geraldine. It's going to be close. She's going to need to use all of her time. But these are nice controlled reps. That one looked like it was getting a little bit away from her legs. She can keep it close. She's going to save some energy. Shaking her head. That was it.
Good job.
That was close to Geraldine. I don't know who's out in front right now.
In lane 1, followed by Tyler.
Up as we wait for Kelly's score to become official, we have Ryan Fraze in lane 1.
We have Lexi in lane 3, followed by Chelsea.
And Kelly tied Geraldine. That's good points for Kelly. So we have Ryan Fraze in lane 1, Lexi Runke in the right-hand lane in lane 2. So we'll switch over to our men's under 120. So far, no successful reps. So if somebody can get a rep here, it's going to be big points. Lexi, smart. Smart of her. She's testing out her straps, making sure they fit on this axle. Axles are not a standardized thickness, so good of her to test it out before the event started.
565 pounds here for Ryan.
Looks like Lexi might be a little bit off center. There she goes. She adjusts. Lexi is a phenomenal deadlifter.
Come on, Lex.
She's going to be looking to get a lot of reps here. Ryan's struggling, and he's saving his energy.
Let's go, Lex. Keep pumping them.
Let's switch over so we can see the weight that Lexi is repping out here.
There we go. Keep going.
Come on, Lex.
You got more.
280 pounds for Lexi.
You got more, Lex.
Come on, Lex. Come on, Lex.
Lexi does have a bit of a rounded back deadlift style. Takes a lot of energy, but she is strong with it.
With Lane on deck. And we have Chelsea in lane 2 with Jenna on deck.
8 reps for Lexi in the deadlift, so it'll be interesting to see if Chelsea can pass that. I don't know Chelsea's history. I don't know if she likes deadlifts. She looks like she's enjoying herself, though, having a nice conversation with her referee, Jocelyn.
Chelsea's going to be at 300.
All right, we got Tyler Prince on the left. If he can get a single rep here, I believe that'd be good for 6 points. 6 points that nobody else got.
Yeah, forget the number. It's just the number.
Solid first rep for Chelsea. I don't know if she's going to be able to pass Lexi's 8,
Come on.
and she might. 1 rep for Tyler. That is big, big points for Tyler. And if I was Chelsea, I would just take my point and save my energy. Tyler calling it after that 1 rep, but that's okay. That's really big points for him. Yeah, and Chelsea also with just the 1 rep. But she wasn't going to pass Lexi's 8 reps, so that's probably for the best.
And Julian on deck. In lane 2, we've got Jenna, followed by Jessica.
All right, I want to see over to the men's 120. It was worth 5 points. That 1 rep got Tyler 5 points, which gives him a commanding lead. He's 6 points clear of Ryan Fraze in second. Next, we have on the right-hand side of your screen, Jenna Dare, U82 competitor. Let's check in with the weights for Jenna. Jenna will be doing 300 pounds for reps. Fortunately, Jenna competing against herself today. But that's just the way it goes sometimes at local shows. And on the left-hand side, we have our open men starting off with Lane Campbell. Lane, I know, is going to be looking for damage control on this deadlift.
Okay, we got Lane. He's going to be lifting 585. And we have Jenna.
Good rep for Jenna.
300.
This weight's looking comfortable for Jenna. Jenna is the daughter of deadlift extraordinaire Candice Dare. Candice is within 5 kilos of the world record on the deadlift in her in the Masters 2 category, 50 to 59.
Nice.
Lane doesn't look like it's in the tank for him today.
Come on, Jenna.
Oh, maybe struggling with some lightheadedness.
Keep going, Jenna.
But Jenna is just cranking out these reps.
You got more.
She could be good for another one.
One more.
And she gets it. Oh, she's calling it there. No, she's calling it there.
Good job.
That's a good result for Jenna.
So then we have Julian
I'm sure she'll be happy with that. We'll check in, see how many reps Jenna got.
followed by Abby.
Oh, they've already moved on to the sandbag throw for our U82s. We won't be able to check in on them. We'll go back to our men's open. And the right lane is going to move on to the women's open. Jenna got 7 reps on that axle deadlift. So on the left-hand side of your screen, we have Julian Caspito for our men's open. On the right-hand side, we have Jessica Hickaway.
Here we have Julian in the left lane and Jessica on the right lane.
Jessica with a really wide stance. She's almost starting with her hands in front of her shins. That pushes the bar a bit further away.
340 pounds.
Oh! She was so close. Oh, she looks okay. They'll reset that, and hopefully she gets another crack at it, because that was so close to a rep. Julian is getting these reps. They're not easy. But if we learn anything from the under 120s, all reps are good points. Hitching that into lockout, and he gets it.
340 pounds.
Jessica resets. 340-pound deadlift for Jessica. No, she shakes her head.
Good job, competitors. We've got Trevor in lane 1 with Matt on deck. And then lane 2, we've got
Up next on the left-hand side of your screen is Trevor Jaworski, one of our Masters competitors competing in the Open today. And on the right, Abby Harms. New to the sport, she has done I believe she's done every competition so far this year, but it is her first year competing in Strongman. All right, both competitors locked in. Abby gets it off the ground, but can't lock it out.
lifting 340 pounds.
Trevor goes for his first rep. Oh, but it's stapled to the floor.
Go, Trevor.
He got it off the ground. He can get it moving, but he just only the first couple inches. It looks like it's out of reach for Abby today too. I don't think we flashed it up on the screen. Our open women, they're repping 340 pounds.
Let's keep cheering for her.
And Abby is one of our lightest open women.
Nice try, Abby.
She's only just above the U82
In lane 1 with
limit.
Ryan on deck. And then we have Emma in lane 2 with Aaron on deck.
Up next for our open women is Emma Grimmelson. And for our open men on the left-hand side of your screen is Matt Bushi. Matt's a very strong deadlifter. He is coming back from some injuries. I don't know how his deadlift has been doing since his injuries. I believe they were hip related. But he is a 700-pound puller in the past.
585 pounds.
Emma gets a rep with 340.
Focused.
That's already 3 points for Emma.
340 pounds.
And she gets another one.
Lots of focus in her there. There you go.
Can she lock out a third? It's over her knees. If she can hitch this, she can get a rep. Oh, just can't get her hips through. She's resetting. She's going to go again.
Got time, Emma. Reset. Here you go. Nice pull.
It's over her knees again. Oh, not quite enough to get her legs under the bar and try for a hitch. But 2 reps, that's big points. She's happy with that. That's awesome to see.
On the left lane, we have Brian.
High fives her dad, Gord Grimmelson.
And in the right lane, we've got Aaron with Ariel.
Up next for our men's open, Brian Bergen. Brian is a very good deadlifter. He has the best pull of 675 pounds. Erin Penner also coming over from a powerlifting background, but she is, in general, pretty new to strength training. Brian, solid first rep. Aaron breezes through that first rep.
340 there. Nice easy pull.
You're looking pretty comfortable for both competitors. Brian's going to be looking to pass Julian. He has 3 reps so far.
Lots of determination.
4 reps for Brian, but it's looking like he's pretty close to his limit. Aaron hitches out another one.
Let's go, Brian.
Oh, Brian can't get the 5th rep over his knees. He's got some time, so he can rest up. Try to save his energy for one last attempt.
Here you go. Pick it up. Let's go, Brian.
Aaron's fast off the floor,
The other one there.
and she hitches it out to lockout.
Brian's going to call it there.
And Aaron calls it
Good
there.
job, competitors. So we've got Jeremy in lane 2 with Ariel in lane, Jeremy in lane 1 with Ariel in lane 2 with Anna
All right.
following.
Our last of the open men, our current leader in the overall competition is Jeremy Baker. I should say our leader after the press medley. The display on the left-hand side of your screen, it's showing all confirmed points. So right now, for example, it has Brian. It is already giving him 4 points for this event because he's in second place. Okay? So out of all competitors that have currently gone, he has guaranteed himself at least 4 points. If Jeremy places behind him, it'll up Brian to 5 points. Right? So it's just basically the minimum number of points. So right now, Jeremy has 0 points for the deadlift because he hasn't gone yet. Smooth rep for Ariel. Smooth rep for Jeremy. I know Jeremy's deadlift has been improving by leaps and bounds over the past year. He's going to be looking to get a little bit ahead of Brian, who he's probably going to view as his main competition here. And that's a tie with Brian. He just needs 1 more rep. But if he can get ahead of Julian, I'm sure he wouldn't mind taking those points. He's in second place. He might call it there and just save his energy. This rep will only be for half a point because it'll tie him with Julian. Oh. Ariel, these are strong reps. Just looks to be taking a lot of time in between. Maybe she's tired. Jeremy looking to get half a point by tying Julian. Oh, and can't quite lock it out.
Good job, competitors.
So it looks like Julian took the win there with Jeremy in second, getting 5 reps, and Brian in third with 4. We have our last competitor for the deadlifts overall is going to be Anna Fund.
Anna doing this is 340 pounds. She's going to be lifting.
Anna, with an Olympic lifting background, doesn't have a ton of experience with deadlifts, but she is just brutally strong. Ariel with 11 reps, that's huge. Anna's going to be looking to pick up a couple, maybe tying with Emma.
All eyes on Anna. 340 pounds here.
This is Anna's damage control event. If she can make it out of here with some decent points, it's going to make her really tough to beat. And that's an easy first rep.
Keep going.
That's 2. That ties her with Emma.
Keep on pumping them out.
3 reps puts her clear of Emma. She can get a couple more. She ties with Aaron and gets herself another half a point. Oh. She should just take some time and rest. If she can get 2 more reps, it gives her half a point, and that might be vital in this competition. No, it looks like that's all she's got today, but that is big for Anna. Getting 3 reps gives her 4 points. And after her worst event, she's only 1 point behind the lead.
They're the ones putting in the work.
Okay, that is the end of our axle deadlift event. Next up, we have the Sandbag steeplechase throw. This is a brand new event for Manitoba Strongman, a very uncommon event to see overall, so we are really looking forward to that, so don't miss it. We'll be back in a few short minutes.
was fine, but it just popped up. Stream ends when USB is removed. It's still got all bars. Maybe after this one, just in case. Sure. Aren't they gonna be right here? In front?
Yeah, like it's angled too high.
Gotcha.
I can see way over the bars.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. I seen a comment that the volume was too low, so I touched it up a tiny bit. So we're right by the speaker for the MC, so that's why the volume was a bit down. But I tried to turn it up a touch, and hopefully it doesn't pick up the speaker too much. We're limited in where we can be, just due to how many extension cords we have going. But I hope this is better. Let me know if it needs to be turned up more, and I'll do my best. And thank you for the comment, Vampire Squid.
So we're starting with a 15-pound bag here. So she's got to throw it over the first one, then grab it again, throw it over the next bar, then grab it again, throw it over the third bar, then she has to run back, grab the 20
This event is the Sandbag steeplechase. So the way that it works, competitors have two bags, a lighter and a heavier bag, and bars of ascending height. So that first bar is 11 feet, the second one is 12, and the third is 13 feet for our women. So they need to make it over all three bars with the first weight, and then they run to the first bar again. They grab the heavier weight, and then they go over all three bars with the heavier weight. Turn myself up a touch more as well.
Seconds to do this. Fortunately, that's a light bag. We don't recommend the competitors try to catch it.
Look at you, a lot of height on the first one. It might be a bit of the camera angle playing tricks on us.
You got this, Sabrina. Let's cheer her on here. Let's go, Sabrina.
Oh, she rushed. She just rushed the pull on there. With the sandbag, you always want to keep constant tension on the bag. So if you rush the pull through when the bag is behind you, it will kind of flop over onto itself, and you'll lose all power.
And this is going to be
So one clear for Natasha.
20 pounds for the first bag and 25 for the second. So it's Sabrina now. I apologize. It was Natasha who was doing it before. I was just starting to cheer for Sabrina early, I guess.
Up next is Sabrina McMullen, Natasha's sister.
20 pounds. Okay, because it didn't go over, it does not count. She's got to go again. There we go.
She gets it over the first bar.
Pick it up and go for the next one.
Becca, you're way too zoomed in.
Yeah?
Okay, she's got to pick it up.
Come on, Sabrina!
There we go.
Gets it over the second bar.
One more time.
Now this one is the 13-foot bar, so this is higher than the standard height for a women's competition. Usually women are throwing over 12 feet, men over 15. That's because men tend to be taller. Looks like she's not quite getting the same height that she got earlier on. Might be a bit of fatigue creeping in, especially after those deadlifts. Oh, that 13-foot bar is a little bit too much for today.
Also going to be going with the 20 and 25-pound bags.
All right, up next we have Anna DeLoli,
We have Geraldine,
affectionately known as
then
Mom
Kelly
Loli.
after her.
And that big flew. Didn't go over the bar, though. Just peaked up above and came back down in front of the bar. There.
Okay.
Well clear of the
That
bar.
was 11 feet that
Now
she drew that
she
over.
needs to get
Then
this
it goes
over
up
the
to
second one
12
to
feet.
tie Sabrina. Now
No
this,
problem.
if there are ties,
And then
it'll
we
go
got 13
to
feet,
whoever
so at
cleared
85
this,
every one.
those bars faster. But if she clears
There we
this,
go.
no
Now she's gonna
doubt.
Run back, grab the 25.
Come on, Anna.
Now it starts over again, over the 11-foot bar.
Nice and easy.
And she gets it.
Keep going, Anna.
25 pounds over
12 foot
12
height,
feet.
25-pound bag. Oh, not quite.
Looked like she was close on the height.
You got this, Anna.
Tiny bit higher, tiny bit better trajectory. Looks like it hit the bar, but didn't go over.
Next up, we have Geraldine.
Good result for Anna. That puts her ahead of Sabrina in this event. And up next, we're on to our Masters women.
Okay, here we got Geraldine.
We got Geraldine coming out.
11 feet, 20 pounds, no problem.
Not sure which gym she trains out of. I believe she's over from Ontario.
She's stepping up to the 12 foot.
She got over the first clear.
There we go.
Over the second bar.
Nice, easy over.
These are the same weights as the under 64 women. So this first one is 20 pounds, and she's trying to get over a 13-foot bar.
Not quite.
Almost had the height.
She's going to grab it again.
She gets a perfect line. She can get this over.
Let's go, Geraldine. So we got Kelly up
Big
next.
pop. It didn't go as high as the first attempt.
You're up next. Okay, Geraldine.
She's put everything she has into this throw.
Just about.
The height was close.
Like that's time.
Not quite.
So next up, we have Kelly, followed by Michelle. Kelly's up next, followed by Michelle. Heights are all the same, weights are all the same. Let's see how far she can get on this one. She's going to start with the 20 pounds.
Up next, Kelly Giddings
Make yourself work for it.
clears the first height. Kelly, as I said before, she has an Olympic lifting background, so used to these explosive type of events.
12 foot, that's no problem.
Cleared it with a lot of room to spare.
13 foot.
Be able to be the first Masters woman to get this over all three
No
heights
problem.
easily.
Step up to the 25-pound bag. 11-foot height here. No problem.
Onto the 25-pound bag, she's over the 11-foot. 12-foot bar now for Kelly. And clears that as well. She can be the first one to make the full run.
Let's cheer through this
Only one more
You
bar
got this, Kelly.
to clear the full run. Here we go.
Oh, just about.
Not quite. That definitely wasn't her best throw, though.
Gotta hurry. She's racing with time here. She's got a total of 60 seconds.
Oh,
not quite.
didn't get any
Good
wind up
job,
to that, so
whatever.
couldn't have her best throw.
Next up
But
is
that was a
Michelle,
good effort
followed
from
by
Kelly.
Chelsea, with Lexi on deck. Okay, so she'll start with the 20-pound bag. Here she goes.
Up now, this is Michelle Kamanik.
No problem.
Tons of height. Michelle has that deadlift strength, so
Shouldn't be an issue here.
doesn't surprise me that she's a great thrower, too. Over the 12-foot bar.
Got the
Now
13
on to
foot
the
height.
13. This will put her ahead of Geraldine. Tons of height, but it came up and back down to the same spot.
Oh,
That sounded like it hit the bar, but it needs to go over.
it's gonna hurt time-wise. There we go.
There,
Good
over,
job,
and with a
Michelle.
lot of room to spare. It's just the trajectory that she's struggling with.
Oh, there we go. That one counts. 12 feet. Oh,
25 over,
not
hits
quite.
the 12-foot bar.
It's a little bit harder. There we go. That one counts. One more. Oh. And that's time. Good effort. So next we have
It was a
Chelsea.
good effort from Michelle. Made it past Jerlyn. If she didn't have those few misses just with the trajectory, she had the height, she has the power, but she just had a few misses with the trajectory that cost her a bit of time and energy. So Kelly won that event. Didn't quite manage to clear all of them, but it was only one short. Up next, we have our women's under 73.
Okay, Sandbag's got a little bit heavier here. She's starting off with a
So
25-pound bag.
we have Chelsea Boyce going first.
She's going to push that one over.
So looks like she's winding up quite a bit.
Then she's going to step up to a 30-pound bag.
Onto the 12-foot bar, she cleared the 11. But came up a little bit short.
That extra foot makes quite a difference when you're trying to throw it over.
It's just going right under the bar. She doesn't quite have the height. You know, given the amount of windup she's doing, it looks like she might be a little bit nervous. But that one, she rushed the pull there. The bag flopped over on her. But that was probably her closest one. No, it just seems to be a bit inconsistent. She sometimes
Use the momentum, Chelsea.
she sometimes is able to keep tension in the bag, and those tend to be her better throws.
Just about.
But they're all coming
These
up a
ladies,
bit
that's what
short.
happens when you go shopping, when you buy too much and put it in your purse.
Up next, Lexi Runke. Lexi with a powerlifting background. I mentioned she has a very strong deadlift before. So she has that strength in her
Okay,
posterior
we have Lexi
chain,
followed by Jenna, you're on
but
deck.
does she have the explosiveness and the technique? We've seen technique matters a lot.
It's 25 pounds.
She gets it over the first bar. If she can get it over this, she already guarantees herself first place.
Lex. Oh, just about.
It hit the bar, but it didn't go over. It hit and then passed back in front. Big throw for Lexi, and it's over. It just crept over the bar, rolled right all the way around.
13 feet. You got this, Lex.
Lexi onto the 13-foot bar. Big drive with the legs. It doesn't go over.
Quite. The handle hit it.
Gonna take another attempt. She has a lot of time.
Gotta be explosive there to get that up and over.
And it's just coming up a bit short.
Hey, Lex, you got this.
She's gonna give it one more
You
try.
got this. Big explosion. Not
And the
quite.
handle hits the
Good
bar,
try.
but the bag passes underneath.
Okay, so we got Jenna up next.
Up next is Jenna Dare. For our women's U82, it is two 30-pound bags. So
Okay, we're going.
according to the jumps,
25 pounds she's starting
the
with.
jumps, 5-pound jumps for each category, ends up being quite large
Then stepping up to the 30 as
when
well.
the weights are as low as 30 pounds.
Starting at 11 feet.
So to make it so that our heavier categories, our categories aren't doing the same weights, and that our heavier categories aren't stuck doing 50, 60 pounds.
12 feet.
Looks like Jenna's gonna have to repeat
Throw.
the same weight.
Let's see what she does with the 13 feet.
But from the looks of it, that means that she's going to be able to make a full run if she can stay fresh enough.
There we go.
And it goes over.
Grab the next one. Here we're at
So these
30
first
pounds.
two should be a breeze for
Little bit more
Jenna.
weight.
She's already made it over a higher weight or higher height.
11 feet. Yeah,
And over the 11-foot bar.
no problem at all.
Now trying to clear bar number 5.
With the 12-foot. Not
And just
quite.
passed underneath. She's got a few seconds left. No, doesn't go over.
Good job. Okay, so then we got Jessica.
And up next is our women's open.
So I got
They're going to have a
Jessica followed
30
by
and a
Abby,
35-pound bag.
starting with Jessica, and then Abby. And then after Abby will be Emma. So here we've got Jessica Starting with
Our first
30
women's
pounds.
open competitor is Jessica Hickaway. She's going to be starting with the 30-pound bag. They stopped using the whistle. I sometimes can't hear the referee give the go.
Needs a little bit more explosion on that thing to get it over that 11-foot bar.
So I apologize when I missed the timer.
No problem. Let's cheer for her, guys.
Jessica, a brand new competitor, at least the
Let her know
Manitoba
we're helping her
strongman.
out. Oh, just about.
She's struggling. She's not giving up, though.
Nice easy
She's
throw.
going to keep trying.
No problem. Oh, nice try.
It looks like she isn't quite getting down enough and getting a big enough wind-up to build up that speed that she needs to get the bag high enough.
Big
It's
throw.
kind of
Oh, just about.
the wind-ups are only in her arm. She needs to get her hips more involved.
There. Okay, next up we got
You can only front raise so much,
Emma.
but if you get your posterior chain and your deadlift strength involved, your potential is much, much higher.
Starting with the 30-pound bag.
Abby just held on to the bag way
Makes
too
it a lot
long.
harder, that extra few pounds
It was a great throw for distance, but that's not what we're here for.
definitely makes
But she has lots of power. She can get it over.
complicated throw.
I'm sure that one looks like it passed in front of the bar, not over, but she had the height that time. She just needs to work on the trajectory. She overcompensated a bit.
Just about.
Passed in front of the bar again. Getting a bit of coaching from the referee here. Oh, and hits the bar that time. The trajectory is better, but now she's a bit tired and doesn't look like she has the same height that she had before.
Use that power.
And
Just
hits
about.
the bar again.
Good try, Abby.
Just a little bit
Okay,
out of
next
her
up we have
reach
Emma.
today.
Followed by Anna Fund and Aaron.
Up next is Emma Grimolfsson,
You're right.
daughter of Gord Grimolfsson, one of our men's competitors in the Masters lightweight.
Okay, 30 pounds.
And you can see she's meticulous about her
There we
stance.
go.
Clearly been getting some
Good
coaching.
coaching here by Dan Gord.
Onto the 12-foot bar. She was the first of our open women to get a height.
Oh, just about.
She sailed underneath the bar. It's hard to tell from this vantage point whether that was trajectory or if it just didn't go high enough. We'll see on this next attempt. Well, she just doesn't quite have the height, but the trajectory does look good.
Let's cheer for
So
her.
she can get her legs more involved.
You got this.
You know, with her too, if she got a bit more of a lean forward and a reach back to get a nice big wind up, get her hips more involved in the lift and less of her arms, she'd get more height out of it. But it doesn't look like it's going to be the case today. She's calling it there.
Look at this. She's got enough energy
And you know,
to still move the bag.
it's easy for me to say that they should be getting more their hips into it more, leaning more forward. But all these competitors just deadlifted for max, so I'm sure their hips are tired. It's not instinctual. You're trying to those muscles that are fatigued. They don't want to work. So Anna with a ton of height, just
Huck it back a little bit more. Oh,
there
we
it goes.
Good throw.
Over the 11-foot bar, onto the 12.
She's at the 12-foot mark. Not quite.
And it's just trajectory
So
again.
close. She had good height.
She has great height.
Wow, look at that.
There, and tons of height again. But she's not going to have a great time.
She's got good
Hits the
explosion
bar.
on that thing. Almost had it. You got this, Anna.
Oh, so close.
Where's that wind when you need it?
She can get this. She's had it hit the bar twice.
You got this, Anna.
It looks like she's just a bit
Good
gassed.
job. Next up, we have Aaron.
You know, historically, Anna has been one of the best throwers in the province. She won this event at Nationals, but she hasn't been training a ton for these competitions right now. Just got off of Olympic lifting nationals last month, and she has strongest woman in the West coming up, and there's no throw in that, so hasn't been a huge priority in her training. Erin gets the first height. Looks like she had a lot of room. Erin on the second bar. Hits the bar but doesn't go over.
You got this, Aaron. Reset. Here you go.
Another attempt at this height. And that one just passed up and in front of the bar again. But it had a lot of height. Hits the bar a third time. You see Ariel Fraze cheering her on. Both of these lifters from the Forge Gym in Winkler, Manitoba.
Let's cheer for her. Let's go, Aaron. Almost.
Hits the bar for the fourth time in a row. It's so close for Erin on every single one of these throws. But it looks like that's time. So one clear for Erin.
Then we've got Malachi followed by Aiden.
And we got the last of our open women. Ariel Griffith. Ariel did compete at Manitoba's Strongest Woman earlier this month, and in her athlete tail of the tape card, she did ask for a bag throw to be listed as one of her favorite events. And it looks like that's for good reason. Ariel had a ton of height on that throw, and a ton on the second. So with that time, it looks like she's already taken the win in this event. She's laughing. She's having a good time.
Oh, just about.
Looks like she had a ton of power, but not quite the right trajectory. It smashed into that bar.
Let's go, Ariel.
She's going for another attempt.
No, not quite.
Held onto the bag for a bit too long, so it flew underneath the bar. But it looks like she has the power to get this over.
Let's go, Ariel.
And hits the bar a third time.
She's got 10 seconds. Let's go, Ariel. Let's go.
She's got time.
Oh,
Nah,
just about.
passed in front and back in front. Went on the way down.
Okay, then we're going to the teen boys.
Okay, so
Starting
Ariel
Malachi.
with the win. She was the fastest to go over 2 bars. Anna Fund in second. Oh, it says Anna, but once Ariel's time is inputted, it'll correct and it'll put the Ariel as the winner of that event. Anna Fund in second, which is going to put in the overall, Anna is going to be 2 points behind Ariel with 2 events left to go. And then Erin Penner 2 points behind Anna. So all still to play for on our women's podium as we get started for our men's. We got to adjust the height of these implements. So for our men, they'll be throwing over a 14-foot, 15-foot, and then a 16-foot bar. The Vampire Squid. Sorry, I just pulling up the chat here. I think it's not always the case. Is that a response to the women's height being lower? That's true that it's not always the case, but generally standard, yeah, the women throw over 12 feet is the most common, and the men throwing over 15. And the British strong one I believe you're referring to is Rebecca Roberts. Yes, she is taller than a lot of guys. But we're talking about averages here. And particularly among average strongman competitors, because the men being more common for men to be in strongman, shorter people are going to kind of get weeded out a bit more, just from the sake of what is competitive. And if you're talking about she looks like an 82, I assume you're probably talking about Anna. And yes, she weighed in a pound under the 82 kilo limit just on her scale this morning. So yes, she could be competing as an 82, but she chooses to compete as an open because it's more of a challenge.
Oh, just about.
Very close for Malachi. He almost got that over the 14-foot. It just smashed into the bar. He has the height. It looks like he's gotten a higher throw every attempt.
Here you go, Malachi.
I'll try to keep better eye on the chat. It just wasn't very active earlier on, so I didn't have it pulled up on a regular basis.
You got this, Malachi.
Yeah, Malachi, he has the height now. He just needs the trajectory to get over the bar.
Aiden and Ryder. Aiden just so.
Big throw from Malachi. It looks like the handle hit the bar on the way up, but didn't pass over.
Good job. Okay, let's see how Aiden does here.
Okay. Up next, we have Aiden.
Ryder's on deck.
Aiden's a bit taller than our other team competitors. Lanky's got long arms. That should be really helpful in this bag throw. And it is. That flew over the bag and basically all the way to the other implement.
Oh,
And he's over the second bar.
well done.
Can he get this over the third? Complete one of the runs.
20 pounds.
It had the height.
From here, but
It just passed in front.
let's go, Aiden.
Oh, it looks like it flopped over on him during the backswing a little bit there. Again, it had the height, but it passed all the way in front of him, not just in front of the bar.
Let's go, Aiden.
Tons of height. That one was straight up and straight down. It's only the trajectory limiting Aiden here. But it looks like that's time. Oh.
Good
No,
job,
I thought with the rush of his last throw.
Ryder, followed by Adam, and then BJ.
Yeah, with the rush of his last throw, I thought that was the end of his time.
So we got Ryder. He's going to start with the 20 pounds. He's going to be throwing at 14 feet, then 15, then 16.
Oh, Ryder with it.
Can't throw it all
That
the
looked
way
like it was
down.
just his
That's
arms.
not how this works. Just makes it further to have to run to grab the sandbag for the next one. Oh, that did not go over.
Ryder with a lot of explosiveness,
Good try.
but he's rushing these
That
pulls,
one definitely went over.
which is
Okay, so
fine
now
with the
he's
light
stepping up
bag,
to the 25 pounds.
but yeah, that it tends to cause your trajectory to be pretty unpredictable. That was a better backswing for Ryder.
Okay, that's 14 feet.
Now he's got to get it over the 15-foot bar.
Oh,
And it goes.
14 feet.
Will he be the first one to get all 6?
Over the 16 feet. Let's cheer him on here. Let's go, Ryder. A little bit short.
Passed in front. He's close on time. He get one more throw.
Oh, just
And it
about.
smashed into the bar, but
Good
didn't
job.
go over.
Good effort there, Ryder. Okay, we've got Adam.
Up next is our men's masters
stepping up
lightweights.
to 30 and 40 pound sandbags. So we're going to start with Adam. Then we have BJ.
Our first of the
Then
men's
Gord.
masters lightweights is Adam Zolkowski.
Let's go, Adam.
And it's over.
No problem at all.
They're going for his next throw. Didn't quite have the height,
30 pounds, 15 feet.
but bag toss is a fickle event.
Not quite.
If he nails his technique, he might still be able to get it over. The 14 feet didn't look like it was his limit.
Nope. Let's go, Adam.
It looks to me like the bag is
You got
flopping a
this.
little bit on the backswing, which really reduces the amount of force that you can push into the bag.
Good job, Adam. BJ. And then Gord. And then Chuck.
Up next, we got BJ Heckert. Now BJ has one distinct disadvantage here. That bar is much taller compared to BJ than it is compared to the other competitors. He has a longer way to go. That was a good first throw. If he can get over the second bar, he puts himself ahead of Adam. Had the height. I don't know if it went over. No. Just pass in front.
You got this, BJ. Oh.
Smashed into the bar.
About
Couldn't pass over.
going for the 15-foot bar here. Let's go, BJ.
No, and now it's the trajectory is messing him up. It looked like he had the power on the first couple. Oh, and he looks like he is gassed now because the height of that bag has fallen.
Gord.
Up next we have Gord Gremolfsson.
Pull out of this one. And then we have Chuckery.
The Amateurs Nationals Masters Lightweight Champion.
So he's going to start with the 30-pound.
Big throw for Gord, but it hit the bar and fell in front. There it goes, over the first bar.
That happens sometimes.
Passed in front again.
He's trying to make it extra work for himself, I think, or something.
Gord has tons of height here. That passed probably 3 or 4 feet over the bar. And over the third bar, no problem. He still has half of his time left.
He's going up to the 40-pound.
Hit the underside of the bar, couldn't pass over it. And just trajectory again.
Let's go, Gord.
This is a 30-pound bag that he's trying to throw over 14 feet.
Straight up. Needs a little bit of angle on it.
He's got 10 seconds left. Big throw. That was probably his best throw yet with that bag. But he doesn't have the time for another throw.
That's it. Good job, Gord. Chuckery, then Chris W., then Clint. Chuckery's going to slam dunk this thing over there.
Chris Chuckery's nice and tall. That should be a good advantage in this event.
Extra height definitely helps on this one.
Already on to the third bar. With 2 clears, he could put himself ahead of Gord because Gord had some hiccups on the first few. Oh, just passed in front, but it looked like he had the height.
There we go. Well done.
That might put him in first place. Actually taking a point off of Gord. If he can get it over this, if he can get this bag over this first bar, there's no doubt he'll take first place in this event. Not quite. It's just coming up and in front.
Good job. Well done.
His time and Gord's will be very close together, but I think Gord might have taken that just based on how much time they had once they came back to the start.
Then Garrett.
We will see until once it's confirmed. Yeah, Chris in 30.7 seconds. So Gord wins the event with 24.8 seconds. And up next, we got our men's U105. So our first under 105 kilo athlete going is Chris Wiebe out of Iron Age Strength.
Over 14 feet.
Oh, lots of hype, but it passed over in front of the bar, or it passed in front of the bar, it did not pass over the bar. Chris broke his toe before the first competition of the season. I don't even know if it's fully recovered. That was just over a month ago. And these events involving triple extension and being up on your toes to get as much height as possible, these would be, even if it's pain-free now, I doubt he's gotten much opportunities to train it. Big throw for Chris, but the trajectory was off. It went way behind him.
Let's go, Chris.
When the bag goes far behind you, you can't even judge the height because a ton of your power was spent moving that bag sideways instead of straight up. So even if it passed underneath the bar, if it went really far back, you don't know if that's necessarily means that that bar is at their limit.
35 and 45 pounds.
Up next is Clinton Grad. I think I remember hearing something about Clint really liking bag throw.
Let's go, Clint.
Which isn't that common for an athlete a bit on the shorter side. But it looks like he has a lot of power.
Makes the first one look simple.
That one just hit the bar but didn't go over.
Good contact on the bar, but he's got to get it enough that it rolls over. Oh.
Oh, almost settled on top of the bar, but it rolled back in front.
There you go, Clint.
There's a big throw here, Clint.
Big explosion.
Oh, and that was his lowest one yet. He might be feeling some fatigue, especially after those deadlifts. Taking a moment to collect himself.
Refocus. Take 2 deep breaths. Here you go.
He's getting dialed in. He can get this. Oh, and it's hit the bar again.
Just about.
It was better than his previous throw.
Clint, let's cheer him through here. Oh.
Oh, and smashed into the underside of the bar.
It's going to be time. Next up, we have Garrett. On deck, we have Carter. Then Martin.
Up next,
Garrett's got 35 pounds,
Garrett Wurstiuk
starting,
out of Jack Gym in Brandon.
then going to 45.
Garrett, tons of height for Garrett.
Nice.
And over the second bar, he's already guaranteed himself the win in this event.
Big explosion at the end.
He's
there
looking for a
Carter.
victory lap now.
He's got 16 feet to throw it over here. Oh.
Smacked into the underside of the bar, didn't roll over,
On the way there.
but it had tons of power.
There we go.
There, and it's over.
He's going to run to this end, grab the 45, and go again. 14 feet.
Up to the 45-pound bag, over 14 feet, and it
There you
goes.
go. Uh-oh.
Oh, looks like
Let's give him a good round here.
Garrett might have hurt his ankle or his knee, potentially, which doesn't bode well for
Okay, then we're
the
going
farmer's
to
carry
the
coming up
U20.
next.
So we're starting off with Carter, then Martin on deck, and then Devin.
Up next are men's under
So
120.
they're starting with a 40-pound bag, then going to the 50-pound after that. Okay, starting off with the 40
All right,
pound.
Carter Crashel is going first. Newer competitor, younger competitor. We don't have a junior division, but we do have junior records. He is eligible for those. And smacked into the bar, but it went on the underside, so it didn't go over. But he had a lot of power there. As long as he can get the trajectory right, it looks like he's capable of getting this bag over the bar. But it just went way behind him. He's using a lot of energy throwing that bag backwards.
Reset.
He needs to get it going straight up. Now, usually it's either the bag flopping over on your backswing or holding on for too long. But it looks like he's doing a good job of keeping tension in the bag. So I think he's just holding on to it for a bit too long, and it doesn't. And that he's going to call it there.
It's not as easy as it looks. Okay, we got Martin up next, followed by Devin, with Ryan on deck. Okay, Martin.
Up next is Martin Demirov of Iron Age Strength. Martin, always a fan favorite. Always just happy to be here. Loves competing.
Give it that explosion. Big explosion.
And it looked like he had a lot of height. Don't know if it would have quite went over, but
Okay, Martin.
either way, it came up in front of the bar. Martin playing around with his grip.
Come on, Martin.
Let's go, Martin.
Passing underneath the bar again.
Try again.
It looks like he might be starting to fatigue. That bag isn't quite getting the same height that it got on his first couple throws. But he's going to keep trying. He doesn't give up.
Got time for another one. Let's go, Martin.
Big throw for Martin, but it doesn't go over.
Good job, Martin. So we got Devin, then Ryan, then Tyler. So Devin, you're up. Followed by Ryan and Tyler. They're going to be throwing the 40-pound, then the 50-pound.
All right, up next, we got Devin Normandin. I'm not sure exactly where he trains out of. I know he does have a garage gym that he trains out of. If he had a name, if he has a name for it, I would advertise his garage gym. Devin, I don't know what he actually has. Like I said, his garage gym, I don't know what he has for implements to practice with. This might be his first time ever doing sandbags, as far as I know. He's trying to really reach far back, which is a great start, but then he doesn't fully extend his hips at the top and kind of relies on his shoulders and almost like a front raise.
A little bit of time.
He's got 15 seconds. If he gets it over one bar, he's getting good points here. And yeah, he's just not fully extending his knees and hips, and that's really limiting how much height he can get out of the bag. But he's calling it there.
Good try, Devin. Okay, we got Ryan.
Our next competitor, Ryan Fraze from the Forge Gym in Winkler, owner of the Forge Gym. Ryan's got a bit more height than some of the other competitors we've seen go so far. And he just grazes the bar. Got to get some of the nerves out of the way. He can get this. Big throw for Ryan. It had the height. It had the height just barely. He needs to get it to roll over. He needs perfect trajectory. If he can get it just as high with perfect trajectory, it'll go over. And it goes.
Well done.
That's what I'm talking about. That was exactly what he needed, and that's going to be big points. That already puts him guaranteed minimum second.
One for the 15-foot. Another big explosion here, Ryan.
Now over a 15-foot bar, this adds a whole new foot of height that he has to get this bag over. And it just squeaked over the 14 feet, so this would be a big ask for Ryan.
You can do it. You can do it. Oh, just about.
And it's coming up short. He looks like he might be fatigued, but he got himself some good points. That's a good result for Ryan.
Then Trevor.
Up next, we have Tyler Prince at a Brickhouse Gym in Winnipeg. Now, Tyler is probably our biggest under 120 competitor, particularly in height.
14 feet.
He had tons of height, but it looks like it came down in front.
Just needs to throw it a little bit further back.
Yeah. With him, just as an insurance, I would step a little bit more forward so you can cover more ground front to back, but he gets it over anyway.
15 feet.
It doesn't look like he really needs to save much energy, and if he gets it over 2, he already wins the event. So this is for the win. Kisses the bar, but doesn't go over. Actually, I believe he did have the fastest time, so I believe he's already won this event.
15 feet, no problem. Oh, he had good height.
Passed in front of the bar again. It's just the trajectory, but he has a lot of power. It's passing well over the bar. Well, higher than the bar, I should say. It's not going over. And that was our last under 120 competitor.
Then Trevor, then Matt.
So up next, our men's open.
Let's go Loaf.
We got Lane the Loaf Campbell starting us off in our men's open.
Just about. Good warm-up. Now let's see you put it over there.
Lane had better power on the first one. First attempt. He needs both the power and the trajectory.
You got this, Lane.
It's going well behind him.
Let's go, Lane. His feet left the ground a little bit there, I think.
It's looking like Lane is relying a lot on his arms. Maybe hips are fatigued from the deadlift. He's
Good try, Lane. Next up, we have got Trevor, then Matt, then Brian.
all right, up next, Trevor Jaworski.
Trevor, no problem.
Oh, that was at the right time, actually.
There
Trevor
we go.
Jaworski, tons of height. There he goes.
Nice big
First
explosion at the
open
top.
man to get a bag over the 14-foot bar. And he had lots of height. He can get over this 15-foot one as well.
He's got this one figured out.
That's 2 bars down. He's on to the third.
Let's go, Trevor.
Hit the bar, but didn't go over.
That 16 foot's a little bit more of a challenge.
Resets. We got lots of height, long arms. Really helpful for this type of event. Looks like he's just a bit shy on this third bar. He's got 6 seconds left.
Okay,
He can
Trevor.
get one more throw. And it just kissed the bar again.
Good try.
But 2 bars, that puts him in the lead. Based on
We got Matt.
based on what we've seen so far, that could be for good points. Up next, we have Matt Bushi.
And Jeremy. Okay, Matt. 14 feet, 40 pounds. Gonna make it look easy here. There we go.
Matt with a lot of clearance on that 14-foot bar. He does a lot of windups, so I don't think he's going to do the second one faster than Trevor did.
Next one seems to be the challenging one.
But if he can get it over the 16-foot bar, he puts himself in first place.
Not quite.
No, it just passes under the bar. He still has half of his time left.
Oh, almost got the 2 over.
Now the big throw. Well, they might have touched the bar there, but it passed underneath.
Big explosion at the top. Nice try.
And then not quite have the height there. He's going for one more throw. He's got 5 seconds. Big throw. But no, he's gassed. It
Good try.
wasn't going over. So him and Trevor will be really close on time. I do believe Trevor was slightly faster, over 2.
Competitors for this event.
We are down to our last 3. Brian Bergen up next.
40 pounds.
Brian, pretty tall, has very long arms.
It's only double his height. And then a little bit more.
Lots of height, but it passed in front of the bar. Again, lots of height, but is in front.
You got this.
For him, he should maybe take a bit of a step forward. There we go. That was over. He's not very fast. He's going to need to get that third bar to get good points because he wasn't faster than Trevor or Matt. Oh, he was the closest one so far over 3.
This is where
I think he can get this.
be an advantage for a competitor.
And over the third bar. That puts him in first
Now
place.
he's stepping up to the 50 pound.
Now a 50-pound bag over a 14-foot bar. And
There
it's
we go.
over.
Look at that. It's only 10 pounds with so much more determination.
Another foot. He's got 7
You
seconds.
got this, Brian. Big explode.
He's got to
Big
go.
explode.
Big throw.
Just about.
Oh, it was close.
Good job.
Close enough to
Well
touch
done,
the bar. It
Brian.
didn't go over.
Now we've got Jeremy, then Julian.
Well, that puts Brian into first place in the
and
bag
then
throw.
Julian.
2 competitors left. We got Jeremy coming up next.
Starting with the 40
big.
pound. 14 feet.
Jeremy's bag throw has been improving rapidly. And that already puts him in second place. He's got some good points already. He was the fastest over 2. And he's over 3. Now he has lots of time over Brian if he can get this over. And it's over. That puts Jeremy in first place. Can he clear the 14-foot bar? Yes, he can. And he's calling it there. He knows. He knows. Nobody's touching that.
Nope. Julian, our last competitor for this.
Borderline disrespectful from Jeremy. Maybe Julian can show that he made a mistake. I'll have to wait and see. You know, our last men's competitor, it looked like he had the height there, but it just passed him front to the bar.
Come on, Julian.
Hey, Julian.
You know, we've seen that with Brian, though. Once he got the trajectory,
Oh, just about.
down past underneath, he maybe was pulling. Oh,
No, it didn't go over. It was under. Looks a little deceiving.
he just lost a bunch of time. He thought that one went over, but it just hit the bar and passed underneath.
Big explosion at the top. There you go, Jeremy. Or Julian.
He needs to get this weight. Oh,
Nope, that's it. So that
and that is the end
is done.
of our sandbag throw event. So it looks like Brian, sorry, it looked like Jeremy Baker finishes that event first place. He has a 3-point lead clear of Brian, and they are head and shoulders above the rest of the pack. So it'll be interesting to see how the last 2 events stack up. Because between Brian and Jeremy, there's still everything to play for. So you don't want to miss it. We're going to be back with the Farmer's Walk in just a few short minutes, and we'll see you then.
starting up here in 1 minute. Competitors starting will be BJ in lane 1 and Natasha in lane 2. In lane 1, we'll have Adam and Chuckery on deck, and in lane 2, we'll have Malachi and Aiden on deck.
Hey, welcome back. We're about to start with the farmers. We have a very long course
So
here,
we're going to be doing the
and
farmers carry.
we are pretty limited in camera placement
they've
options.
gotta
So
pick up an implement
we're gonna ask
from
that you.
each hand.
We're gonna have
They have
the
to try to
camera
bring it to
swinging
the end,
past
which is 100
because they're gonna be running right in front of where we are set up for our live stream. So this is the best that we can
For the teen girls,
manage.
we're going to start with
Apologize in advance.
175 pounds. No, 75 pounds. No, 75. That's my bad. And for the men's lightweight, we're going to be at 230 pounds. Sorry, it's 95 for the ladies.
So the men's masters lightweights, we are starting at 230 pounds per hand for the farmers for a 160-foot course. And this is just a straight shot. We have the space for it, decided to use it. It's going to make the live stream much more challenging, but it'll be much nicer for our competitors who don't have to turn around a cone, because if anyone's done farmers, those pinpoint turns make the event so much worse. So up first is BJ for our men's masters lightweights in the left-hand lane, and Natasha McMullen starting in for the women's teen in the right-hand lane.
Natasha's going to have 95 pounds per hand. So race to the finish, 160 feet, 60 seconds.
BJ with a very easy pick. He's building up some speed. Natasha's cruising along.
Down, Natasha. Keep going.
Keep going for the entire 160 feet.
Keep going.
Just keep a steady pace. One thing when athletes are moving really fast, they can start to overstride and set their foot too far out in front
Give her a big round.
and cause them to go off balance.
We got BJ. He's still going here.
BJ is taking some solid steps.
Pick it up, BJ.
He's about halfway down the course right now.
It's only 230 pounds per hand.
But those drops get really tough, picking it over and over again.
There we go.
But he's being smart. He's being smart. He's not looking at his hands.
The further you can go, the better.
His hands are going to be killing him this late into the run.
That's it. He's going to call her there. Good job,
That's the end of BJ's run. It looks like he made it just over halfway.
Next up, in lane 1, we have Adam, and then Chuckarita on deck. And in lane 2, we've got Malachi with Aiden on deck.
So up next for our men, we're starting our men's
So we've
teen,
got the men's lightweight in the left lane.
and that's going to be starting with Malachi Weeb.
So the teen boys, they're going to have 135 pounds per hand.
And on our men's masters lightweight,
And the men's lightweight, they are at 230 per hand.
up next is Adam Zolkowski. And I want them to go back to the whistle for the start so I can hear them. But we'll see. I'm going to turn myself up a little bit here. I'm trying to adjust the audio so you don't hear the speakers, but you can still hear me clearly. But I am not an audio technician. I'm a volunteer. Speaking of volunteers, I'd like to thank all of our volunteers out here today. Without them, we can't put these competitions on. We had a bunch of volunteers who had to change all their Canada Day weekend plans last second just so that we could still host this competition with the last second date change. And we changed the date because it's supposed to be thunderstorming tomorrow, so they moved this entire agricultural festival just to work around the inclement weather. So we did have a few volunteers who weren't able to make it, a few competitors who unfortunately had to drop out due to the date change. but everybody has been, very positive, and that's the only reason we're able to do this is because people are donating their time so that we can have these competitions.
Okay, look at this.
Oh, and we're off.
We've got Malachi.
Malachi Weave is cruising with these farmers.
Malachi's cruising, and Adam.
Jocelyn Grimolfson, his referee, running alongside him.
Malachi's going. Look at this. It's for time now. Good
And he's
job,
done. That was about
Malachi. Well
16 seconds. Adam Zlokowski, it looks like he wasn't
So next
able to
up,
get the farmers off the
we've
line there.
got
That's a
Chuck
heavy pick. 230 pounds per hand. That's a
and Ward on deck,
460-pound
and, in lane
deadlift.
2 we have Aiden
just
with
to get
Ryder
started.
on deck.
Interesting to see if Adam did manage to record a distance, because obviously,
That was nice of him.
obviously you don't want to zero. You want to move it at least a little bit, but that does require that you have to be able to get it off the ground. If you can break it off the ground and just fall forward, just to get that 1 point. And that's what he did. He moved it 7 feet. That was 7'5" I believe, with how they're entering it.
Chuckery's lined up, ready to go. And Aiden's there as well. So the men, they have 230 pounds per hand, whereas the teens are going to be carrying 135 pounds per hand.
Hey, just checking in on the chat. Hey, Danny, glad you were able to join us. Thank you for reminding everybody to hit the like button. If we get more likes, we get more views. More views means more sponsors, and sponsors make these competitions happen. We have a couple awesome sponsors for this event today. Hooters Winnipeg, awesome contributor to the strongman community locally. Make sure if you need any spacing, if you're looking for a place to eat, go to Hooters. Supplement King, Manitoba. I believe they have Brandon location as well. If you need any supplement needs, health, performance, pre-workout, intra-workout, post-workout, check out Supplement King. We have Aiden.
Keep going.
Aiden going it for our men's teens, and Chris Chuckery for our masters lightweights.
Good job. Okay, Chuckery.
Chris making some good distance
Keep
here.
going. Pick him up. Let's go, Chuckery. Pick him up.
The limit for our masters lightweights is 105 kilos, 231 pounds. Oh, and it looks like Chris Torcalis. See a bit of blood in the palm of his hand. That can't be comfortable, but he made some good distance.
Very tough on the hands. It's a lot of weight to be carrying in your hands like that.
Puts ahead of Adam. But he will be a little bit behind BJ, who's maintaining first place with only one competitor left to go.
Lane 1 and Ryder in lane 2. On deck, we've got Chris W. in lane 1 and Sabrina in lane 2.
We now have the last of our men's teen and the last of our masters lightweights to go. Ryder Joy is last of our men's teens out of Iron Image Gym. And Gord Grimmelson, the last of our masters lightweights out of Tyndall Barbell, and coached by Devin Penner of Training Grounds Gym. Because I don't think I announced it earlier. Our men's teens, they're doing 135 pounds per hand for 160 feet. So you've seen these teens have been motoring past us. That is them carrying 270 pounds
And on
total.
deck for lane 2 is Sabrina.
And they are running with
Make
that
sure
weight.
you're ready to go. And here they go.
Ryder's literally running with that weight. This is a jog. This is not a farmer's walk. This is a farmer's jog. And I would bet he finished that in less than 15 seconds. Oh, and it looks like Gord has suffered an injury. That's a real shame. Gord being helped off by his coach and his wife, or his daughter. Sorry. Not too sure what happened. I didn't see the injury as it happened, but by the time I looked over, he was already being helped off of the course. But Gord, he was in the lead in the competition.
So we've got Chris W. is going to be in lane 1, and Sabrina is going to be in lane 2.
I was like, Gord is still in the lead. He's still tied on points, despite obviously not performing how he would like to in the Farmers. And our last event is a front hold. He may be able to tough out the rest of this competition if he chooses. And Gord's a tough man. We just got word from his coach, Devin. Looks like a torn hamstring for Gord. So that might be the end of his day. He might tough out for the front hold. It's an event he could win. And you don't need your hamstring to hold something in front of your face. Maybe Gord does? That'd be an interesting position. Okay, we are moving on to our men's under 105 and our women's under 64. So our first competitors will be Chris Wiebe for the men's under 105 and Sabrina McMullen for the women's under 64.
On deck are Clint and Anna. So we've got a bit of a difference in weights now. Chris is going to be walking with 240 pounds per hand. And Sabrina's
Hey, they switch back to the whistle.
pounds per hand.
I can hear when we start. Sabrina's moving. She's a bit unsteady,
Don't put him down, Sabrina.
but she's making good
Just
speed.
keep walking. Keep going.
Here she goes. If she can make it in
Keep
one
going,
drop,
Sabrina.
this will be a good time.
Keep going, Chris.
Sounds like Chris just had his
Pick it
first
up.
drop.
There's no pain.
He's checking his hands. Never check your hands.
Go,
If you don't
Sabrina.
look, the calluses are still there.
Good job.
Sabrina finishes in a very quick time. That'll be
Keep
under
going.
30 seconds.
Keep
Chris
going,
is plodding along. He's just shy of halfway.
Go again. Easy pick.
Every
There we
inch
go.
counts for Chris here. He needs to make back
Keep
some
going.
points. He's right at halfway right now. Oh, he looked at his hands. That makes the callus tears
That's
exist.
it. Good job.
If you don't look,
So
they're
next
not
up we
real.
have Clint with Garrett on deck in lane 1. And we have Anna with Geraldine on deck in lane 2. And we will be starting at the west side.
Chris, a little bit short of halfway. 63 and a half feet in 60 seconds. Up next, we have Clinton Grad for the men's under 105. So that'll be on now the right-hand side of your screen. And on the left-hand side of your screen for the women's under 64, we're going to have Anna Momloli.
Okay, we've got Clint in lane 1 and Anna in lane 2.
All right, Clinton lane, or in right-hand side, Anna on the left. Anna's going to have a tough time to beat here.
And here they go.
Anna's got good speed so far.
Anna's off to the races.
She's much shorter than Sabrina, so Sabrina covers a lot of ground with each step.
120 pounds per hand. Making it look easy.
But she's making good time.
Clint, he has got 240 per hand.
Sabrina looked like she was just under 30 seconds.
A lot of determination and focus there.
And at 24.
Oh,
Oh, just popped out of Clint's hands.
pick it up and go again, Clint.
He just got to block it out and
Pick
get
it up.
started.
There you go.
There it is. Got to hold on to it right to the end.
Keep
Only
going.
one drop. That's going to be a good time.
Good job. Lots of consideration. They thought about the helpers that they didn't have to take and bring them to the other end. Next up,
I think that was
we
our
have
first
Garrett in lane
pairing
1,
that both
Carolyn
finished.
in lane 2. So we're going to have a class change in lane 2.
So let's see. Clint made it 160
Never mind,
feet.
Same way.
I think it was about 40 seconds. We'll see his official time in a second. 38.85. And Anna finished the 160 feet in 23 seconds. So 3 seconds faster than Sabrina managed to do. Now we have, for our men's under 105, Garrett Wurstyuk. And in our women's under 73, Geraldine.
Geraldine's just focused.
She's making a good pace, nice and steady.
That's her focus here.
This looks to be a good event for
Got a nice
Geraldine.
steady pace going.
Garrett plodding along.
Keep going, Garrett.
He knows what he has to do to beat
Another step.
Clint's time. If he can get this without any
Keep
drops.
going. Just another step.
Oh, that's the first drop for Garrett.
Pick it up. Let's go. You're almost there. Keep going.
That's the second drop. Now it's just going to be whether he can
almost there.
finish.
Pick it up.
He's in second place right now. I don't think he has a chance at catching Clint. But it's for pride at this point. And he calls it there.
Good job, guys. Well done. Next up, we have Carter in lane 1, followed by Martin. That's going to be a class change to U120. And we have Michelle.
All right,
in
and
the,
Clint
lane
wins
2,
the farmer's
followed by
carry.
Kelly on deck.
Only one to finish the full 160 feet. In our women's under 63. Oh, my bad. It's actually the women's masters. Women's masters. Geraldine doesn't have her official score inputted yet, but we'll see soon what her official time was. 28.87 seconds for the full 160 feet. That's going to be a tough ask for our other women. So Geraldine looking to claw back some points now. I don't know what her training history is. Maybe maybe static strength isn't quite her thing. And maybe this moving event. Sorry, I was going to say these last couple. Front hold is not a moving event. I'll play more to her strengths. We just have a weight change right now. We're going up to the men's under 120 weight, and that'll be in the right-hand lane on your screen right now.
Okay, we've got Michelle and
So we have
Carter
Michelle Kamanik
going head-to-head here.
going to be on the left-hand side of your
Michelle's gonna
screen.
be,
Carter Crichel is going to be on your right. Michelle has 120 pounds per hand.
120 pounds per hand. And Carter is going to have 255 per hand.
Yeah, Michelle has 120 pounds per hand. Carter is going to have 255 pounds per hand. And Carter, blazing start. Looks like he might have been overstriding a little bit. He looks to get himself a bit more under control. Michelle is cruising down the line. She's already about halfway.
Michelle's got a good pace going.
She's going to finish this in a good time.
Okay, Carter, pick it up.
And it looks like about 23 seconds for Michelle.
The other end.
Carter's about halfway right now, and he has about half the time gone. He needs to outrun his grip here. It's just slipping out. And no, just collecting himself.
255 pounds, no problem, Carter. Pick it up and let's go.
He's got this.
You're almost there.
10 more seconds. Every inch counts here.
Let's go.
He's got to go.
Counts.
5 more seconds. Good.
That's good.
And that was,
for him.
you know,
Good job.
that was a good showing.
So next up we have
Young
Martin
competitor, making
with
sure to get
Devin
as
on
much
deck.
points as he could possibly
We
get.
have Kelly, with Chelsea on deck.
Our next pairing is going to be Kelly Giddings, and she will be on the right-hand side of your screen. That's in the Women's Masters. And on the left-hand side of your screen is going to be Martin Demirov. As I mentioned before, Martin, he's always a fan favorite. Just perpetual smile on his face. Smiling Martin Demirov. And this is going to be, I think, his favorite event of the day. Martin is just continuously improving. His static strength isn't quite there yet to hang with the other competitors. But every year he's getting better and better. And once he can start racking up a few reps on the competition weights, he has a tenacity that's going to make him really tough to beat.
Thank you. Okay, guys. We got Martin and Kelly. Kelly's running with
Kelly
it.
with a fast pick. She is cruising down the
She's
track.
got to make some time to make up here. She's got a good steady pace going.
She's about halfway in 11 seconds. It's going to be really close between her and Michelle. She has to make sure she can do it without any drops.
For the other ladies.
And it's down at about 22 seconds. It's going to be really close between her and Michelle.
Okay, Martin.
Martin's about a quarter of the way down the course. He's about 20 feet in, or 40 feet in.
255 pounds per hand.
You know, like I said, he just doesn't
Swing,
give
and
up.
it's not an easy thing
He's going to
pick
go
up
for
and
this
move.
full minute.
Your hands
Don't
are
look at your
gone.
hands. The
Just
callus
pick it up
tears
and
don't
walk.
exist if you don't look at your hands. He's got 8 more seconds. Get a couple more inches.
Another 10 feet. Good job,
That was
Martin.
everything he could have gotten
Well
out of
done.
himself.
Up next, we have Devin in lane 1
Let's check in on
with
Kelly's
Ryan
official
F.
time.
On deck. And in lane 2, we've got Chelsea with Lexi on deck.
It's going to be really close between her and Michelle. It's like 160 feet in 21.47 seconds for Kelly. That puts her in first and gives her a 1.5 point lead in front of Michelle going into the last event. So as long as Kelly doesn't come last in the last event, she guarantees herself the win. So Kelly's put herself in a really good spot going into this last event. She has had a really good performance, even doing well in the events that I don't think most people would put her as would put her as a favorite in for sure, but definitely not her favorite events. I'm starting to lose track of what I'm even saying. It's been a long day.
Devin's going to be in lane 1, and Chelsea's going to be in lane 2. Devin's going to be lifting 255 pounds per hand, whereas Chelsea is going to have 130 pounds per hand.
Or someone who can just talk forever.
All right, up next,
Ready?
on the right-hand side of your screen, continuing on with our men's under 120 kilo category, Devin Normandin, coming over with a powerlifting background.
And here they
Devin,
go.
I don't know how great or how exactly his grip is, but he does tend to grind out deadlifts for a very long time.
Keep going,
Maybe just
Chelsea.
isn't familiar with how to grip the farmers to
Your own
maximize his
focus
grip
is that
endurance.
finish line.
Chelsea's cruising.
You're
She's the
almost
first of our U73 competitors. It looks like she's going to do this in one run.
Good job. Okay, Devin.
Down it goes. Devin is picking
Just
these
pick
farmers
up
very
the
easy.
block.
He's a very strong squat, and with farmers, being able to kind of put your knees forward and kind of squat the weight up instead of deadlifting it can be a big advantage for someone like Devin. And it does appear to be his grip letting him down.
You got this, Devin.
But he's making good distance. He's going to be looking to put himself ahead of Martin to pick up some valuable points.
Keep it going.
And that's the end of his
That's it.
time.
Good job, Devin. Good job, Kelsey.
Now we'll have to wait and see if he beat Martin's 51 feet.
We've got Lexi's going to be in lane 2 with Jenna on deck.
$60 feet for Devin Normandin. So that does put him ahead of Martin. Those are good points for Devin. And up next, in the men's under 120, we have Ryan Fraze. He'll be on the left-hand side of your screen. And on the right-hand side, we have Lexi Runke. So she's going to be looking to beat the time that Chelsea Boyce just put up. Which was, wrong category. The women's 73, 22.7 seconds for Chelsea. That's going to be a tough ask. These competitors are neck and neck, 5 points apiece on the second last event.
Okay, we've got Ryan in lane 1 and Lexi in lane 2. Lexi's got 130 pounds per hand.
Lexi taking big strides. As long as she doesn't overstride, this is going to be a really good time for her.
Quit slowing down, Lexi.
She's making
Let's
good
go.
pace. She just has to stay
Keep going,
upright.
Lex.
She's starting to look a little wobbly. Can she
Keep
make it to the
going,
line?
Lexi.
And that's it.
Okay, Ryan, pick
So that, I
up.
think that was a good time for
Let's
Lexi.
go.
I don't know if it was enough to beat Chelsea.
There we go. Keep going. Let's cheer for him, guys. Keep it going.
Ryan's making good distance. Don't look at the calluses.
You can heal the hands later.
He's just shy of halfway down the course right now. Looking to
There we
pick up
go.
every foot that he can.
Keep going. Keep going.
I do have confirmation. Lexi did come out on top of that Farmers
Gonna call time there.
with
Good job,
finishing
guys.
it in 20 seconds
Next up,
compared
we
to
have
Chelsea's
Tyler
22.
in lane 1 with Lane on deck there. And we have Jenna in lane 2 with Jessica on deck.
Thank you guys for the well wishes to Gord. I'll pass them on when we get a break between events. Gord's really tough, and he'll be back. So, and yeah, we may see him finish out this competition. Like I said, last event's front hold. You don't need your hamstrings for a front hold. And I know Gord, he's not going to want to drop out, so he's going to want to finish out this thing strong. And he has a legitimate chance to win. He's still tied for the lead right now and winning on countback. So
Yeah,
it's definitely not out of the question.
Jessica on deck. So he's got
Okay.
Tyler and Jenna
We have
head to head here.
the first. Oh no, we got the last of our men's under 120, and the first of our women's U82. So Jenna Dare versus up against Tyler Prince. Not up against as in they're going at the same time. Not that they are competing against one another.
They both got a good
But they
pace
are
going
neck
on
and
there.
neck. They are competing against one another.
Just focus on the end.
Tyler is making great time here. He might have already put himself
Keep
in the
going.
lead. He might be the only 120
Let's
to
go,
finish this
Tyler.
run.
Let's go, Jenna.
Jen does
Keep
finish.
going.
with Tyler right behind. Both of them finishing just under and just over 30 seconds.
Next up, we have Lane in lane 1, and then Julian on deck. And in lane 2, we've got Jessica with Abby.
Looks like
on
Tyler finished in about 30.6 seconds. And Jenna finishing in.
So we've got
We don't have an official time, but she's probably about 28 seconds if I were to guess.
The weight of the implement slightly.
Like 27.75. That was a quarter second off. Now we have the first of both of our open categories. Our men's open is kicking off with Lane Campbell. And our women's open, we are starting off with Jessica Hickaway. Jessica, newer to strongman competitions, seems to be a bit lacking on the static strength,
so in lane 1,
but
we've got Lane
maybe this
Campbell.
this moving event will play more to her strengths. It's a lot more of natural strengths. You tend to be good at farmers or not. And a lot of that's grip strength, obviously, but once you're standing up and you're walking, it's really natural strength that makes you good at farmers.
Keep going, Jessica.
Slight optimizations here and
Pick it
there.
up and go again.
You
Nice
know,
pick.
just seems to be lacking a bit of technique. The farmers, they're kind of wobbling all over the place, but she is able to move with them. So she's showing some natural talent for farmers here. If she could get them under better control, she wouldn't burn nearly as much energy. Don't look at your calluses. They're still there if you don't look at them.
Good job. Let's hear it.
Oh, she's calling it there.
Well done, Jessica.
Lane trying to get every
Lane's
inch
gonna
that he
call it
can.
there, too. Good job, Lane. Next up, we've got Julian in lane 1 with Matt on deck. And in lane 2, we've got Abby with Emma on deck.
See if we can get some official distances. Jessica looks to be pretty much dead on halfway. I just heard unofficially 87.5. Meanwhile, Lane is at 25.2 feet. These are heavy farmers. 270 pounds per hand for our open men.
So we got Julian. He's getting ready.
165 per hand for our open women.
Start line.
So a total of 540 pounds being carried by our men and 330 pounds for our open weight
let's
women.
give a big round of applause to the guys helping out here. This is where they put in a lot of work. At times it seems like they're not doing much, but they're handling these weights every time. It's not an easy task. Also want to give a shout out to the sponsors, to Hooters, Training Grounds Gym, Iron Age Gym, and also to
Our next
Supplement King,
open competitors.
sponsors like that.
On the men's side,
Like this happen.
on the
Also,
left-hand
Dividing
side of your
Canada
screen,
Day, Canada
we're going to have
Canada Day.
Julian Caspito kicking it off. And on the women's side, we have Abby Harms.
Make sure you guys stick around for the rest of the festivities that are happening. They're gonna have
Abby was
fireworks
really
tonight
fast
instead of
with the
tomorrow.
farmers at the novice competition this year.
You guys want to take in some fireworks.
But this is a pretty significant jump up in weight. So we'll see how that affects her, but I do think that this will be one of her best events of the day.
Julian in lane 1. 270 pounds for Julian.
They're neck and neck to start.
165 for Abby.
Abby looks like she's picking up the pace, pulling ahead a little bit.
She is going to run to the other end.
Abby putting in a good time here. She's already over halfway.
Steady walk.
First drop at about halfway.
Focus. That's all it takes.
And immediately repicks it and starts going
One step
again.
at a time.
Julian plodding along, making
Look at that
a good
focus he's got.
distance
Just
without a
keep going,
drop.
Julian. Oh,
Oh, I jinxed him. That was his
You're
first
almost
drop,
there. Pick it
but
up
he
and
can
go.
finish this. He's got time.
keep going, Julian. Let's go, Abby. She's almost there. Oh,
Abby needs.
good job.
Oh, Abby finished.
Let's go, Julian.
I thought she was a little bit shy of the finish. Julian only needs a few more feet.
A little bit further.
Just a tiny bit further. He can finish this. His grip's just
about.
exhausted.
Let's cheer for him.
Probably about 145 feet, it looks like, for Julian.
And that's that. So close. Good job. Next up, we have Matt in lane 1 with Trevor on deck.
Up next
And
is
we've
Matt
got
Bushi
Emma
for our men's
with
open
Aaron on deck.
and Emma Grimmelson in our women's open.
Emma's ready. She's look at this. She is excited. She's carrying the world above her.
Even, 152.7 feet
She's excited to pick
for
up that
Julian
165
Caspito. Only
run.
7.3 feet short
Jocelyn's
of
gonna be
finishing the
giving
run.
her encouragement the whole way. I don't think Jocelyn has walked to the other end yet. I think she has ran literally every time, encouraging the competitor. It's great to see. Just waiting on Matt here. He's going to pick up that 165 pounds per hand.
Abby.
Sorry, 270. He wishes it was 165.
Here we got Emma versus Matt.
And here they go.
Strong pick from Matt. Matt does love farmers. When he competed at Manitoba Strongest Man, he asked for farmers to be listed as one of his favorite events on his athlete card. Emma seen him take off and decided she was going to keep neck and neck with him. She's picked up the pace. She's going to pass Matt. And they both drop neck and neck.
Let's go. Let's go.
Emma repicks first.
Keep going.
Matt's right behind her. Emma's going to finish this with just one drop. And she does in about 30 and a half seconds. Oh, no, she was just shy. She needs to repick.
Good job, competitors. Well
Crosses
done.
the line, both of them in about 37 seconds.
Okay, next up, we have got Trevor in lane 1 with Brian on deck. And we've got Aaron in lane 2 with Anna on deck.
So we'll wait for some official times, but it looked like there was both around 37 seconds on that run. Aaron has tons of energy. You can see her bouncing, getting ready for this event. Matt, 160 feet in 36.75 seconds. We'll check in on what Emma managed to do. 36.94. So that puts both of them so far first place in their respective divisions. I know Erin had a blazing run at the novice competition, so she's going to be looking to put herself ahead.
And they're off.
This is a fast pace from Erin. Looks a little bit unsteady. She might be overstriding a tiny bit.
Aaron's
But,
focused. Oh,
and yet she had a drop.
okay, it's okay. Pick it up and go again.
Don't check your hands.
Trevor's got a nice steady.
You gotta line them
pace
up again.
going on.
Trevor made a good distance without a drop. He can finish this.
Aaron's determined. She knows she has to get it to the end.
Erin's looking to do it.
Possible.
Only one
Good
drop.
job. Oh,
That's a good time for Erin. It looked like that put her
Trevor.
potentially a bit ahead of Emma.
Just about there.
The timer was started a little bit late, so
Keep
we'll
it
have
in
to
your
wait for the
hands.
official
You got
times.
this.
And that's it for Trevor.
Well done.
Makes him
So next
the
up we have Brian
second
with
open
Jeremy
man,
on deck in
open
lane
male,
1. And we have
to finish
Anna
the
with
course.
Ariel on deck in lane 2. They are the last 4 competitors for
Yes.
this event.
that made him the
And
second.
then, after that, we have one last
48.84
event.
seconds,
It's a
so
mystery event.
that puts him in second place behind Matt Bushi.
We'll explain it once we get to it.
And Aaron finished in, oh, we're going to have a lot of close times
Yeah,
here.
if you guys weren't here before.
35.75, so that puts her ahead of Emma Grimmelson by just over 1 second.
They talk about strength sports. They talk about different things like that. They've brought out some speakers. Devin's got a gentleman coming out in the next couple of weeks here.
We got our next pairing. It's going to be Anna Fund
Yeah, they talk about that kind of stuff
up
on the
against
podcast.
Brian
So give 'em a
Bergen.
listen. It's Strong and Petty.
Anna's going to be looking for a blazing run here.
On the move.
She does consider herself to be the fastest strong woman in Manitoba.
Here we go, Anna.
She's already
She knows
about
she
halfway in just
makes
12
the time up
seconds.
here. Brian's got good
She just needs to finish
determination.
this run with no
You
drops.
got this, Brian. Don't let it go. Keep going.
She has a phenomenal grip.
Right to the end.
20 seconds for Anna Fund.
Do not put it down. Make it right to the end.
Brian also making great distance on this
Keep it
first
going,
pick.
Brian. You got this.
He's going to finish this with
There we
no
go.
drops.
Well done. Good
Great
job,
time for
both
Brian. That
competitors.
puts him in first place. I believe both of these
Last up
athletes
for
just
this
took first
event,
in this event
we've
so
got
far.
Jeremy and Ariel.
Waiting for
We've
some
got
official
Jeremy in lane
times
one,
so we know
Ariel in lane two.
what our last
Jeremy's
round of
gonna carrying 270 per hand, and Ariel's going to be carrying 165.
My apologies. I was going to say the last round of competitors. I think we might have two more open men.
The implements in place.
Anna in 20.19 seconds. And Brian in 30.5. And no, these are our last two competitors. So following the farmers, we will know all the points going into our last event. Our last two. Ariel being a bit patient with her
Okay,
pick.
competitors.
I think she knows that she can't catch Anna, so she's just looking to get second place.
Jeremy knows
That'll
he has
put
to
her
put
1
this
point
in a-
ahead.
in a good time here.
Ariel struggling with the
Hey, Ariel,
grip,
it's
it looks
okay.
like.
Pick it up. Let's go.
And Jeremy is solid,
Jeremy's got
making
a
his way down the
good
course. If he can do this with no drops, he might put himself ahead of Brian.
Points if any on this one. Good job.
And that was a great run from Jeremy. That
Okay,
definitely puts him
Ariel.
in first place.
Let's go.
Ariel needs to do damage control here. She needs to finish this run, or she's going to lose too many points.
You're almost there. You're almost there, Ariel.
She's about halfway right now.
You got this.
Jeremy finished in
Just
25.88
about there.
seconds. Ariel going with
There
one
you
more
go.
pick. She has 5 seconds to get as far as possible.
There we go. Good job.
And I believe that does put
Let's
her
hear it for
ahead
Ariel.
of Jessica. So she should
Well
get herself 2 points there. Worst case scenario, she would have finished with 1. But we'll wait
Okay,
to
we're just gonna set
confirm.
up for the next mystery event here. Just give us a few moments.
Maybe not. This is going to be really close. They're just measuring right now. She is over halfway. And Ariel finished 105 feet. So that does put her in 5th place, which means going into the final event, we only have 3 points separating first, second, and third for our open women. Anna Fun leading with 21 points. Ariel Griffith in second with 19, and Aaron Penner in third place with 18 points. Now, we're going to take a look at the overall standings going into the last event for each category. So, we will start with our women's team. We'll go through our women's categories first, followed by our men. Only one competitor in this category, so Natasha McMullen, 4 points. You know, this is with new categories like our teen divisions, this is pretty common. If you are a teen woman looking to get into strongman, if you're between the ages of 13 and 18, I believe is our teen division, and you're looking to get into strength sports, come out. We're always looking for more competitors, and you know it sucks competing against yourself. So I'm sure our competitors want more people out here too. They want to have somebody who is going to push them, who's going to test them. So if you can be competition for Natasha, we'd love to have you out. In our women's U64, Anna Momloli ahead of Sabrina McMullen, who does not have 0 points. Here, let me get the actual points for Sabrina before we continue on. Okay. Let's see. Sabrina McMullen has 3 points. So okay. So the points aren't going to be accurate. So we'll just focus on the placings here. Yeah, because on the women's U73, we have Lexi Runke in first, followed by Chelsea Boyce, and the actual points are Lexi with 7 and Chelsea with 5 points. So Lexi just has to not zero the front hold, and she'll take the win. Jenna also competing against herself. So if you are, we a lot of our female divisions. This tends to be more common. So if you're looking to get into strength sports, we'd love to have you out here and provide competition for some of our competitors and to test yourself. Actually, I'll go to our women's masters since they're going to be up first. For our masters women, we have Kelly Giddings currently in first place with 10.5 points. Michelle Kamanik is in second with 9. And then Geraldine Nett is in third with 4.5. So Kelly does have a good lead going into the front hold. She needs to either stay right with Michelle. If Michelle is the only person who beats Kelly or only gets one place ahead of her, then Kelly does take the win there. But Michelle is good at a front hold. She won the front hold in a tiebreaker scenario at Battle of the Barbarians in Saskatchewan. And I don't believe Kelsey has ever done a front holding competition. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. For our women's open, Anna Fund in first place right now. She has 21 points. Ariel Griffith in second with 19, and Erin Penner in third with 18. Then we have a bit of a gap with Emma Grimmelson has 13 points in fourth place. Abby Harms 3 points in fifth place, and Jessica Hickaway is in sixth with 1 point. On to the men's side, our men teen. We have also I figured out the numbers showing up on the right hand side are actually first place finishes, not points. Not sure exactly why that's happening. But for our teen men, we have Ryder Joy. But thank you for letting me know, then I can fix it. Okay. So, Ryder Joy is in the lead. He has 12 points with Aiden Godling, I hope I'm saying that right, in second with 7, and Malachi Weeb in third with 3 points. We have no U80 or U90 men, so we'll move on to our men's under 105. And Garrett Werstiuk, who is moving up 2 weight classes to compete in the U105s, is in first place with 10 points. Clinton Grad in second with 8, and Chris Weeb in third with 2 points. So Garrett looks like he does have a pretty solid lead considering there's only 3 competitors and he has a 2-point lead for the front hold. But if Clint and Chris, if Clint comes first and Chris beats Garrett, then it would go to count back, which, if Clint wins, would mean winning the overall competition. So not secure yet, but Garrett does give himself every opportunity to win. For our men's under 120, Tyler Prince in first place, having won every event so far. He has 20 points. Ryan Fraze is in second with 11. Devin Norman in third with 5 points. Carter Krischel fourth with 4 points. And Martin Demirov in fifth with 1 point. So that category is, it's done and dusted. Tyler has it on lock, which might be the only category with multiple competitors that is done. There's no standings to be changed. Our last two categories, the men's masters lightweight, is not showing up. That category has had lots of tech issues. But we have Gord Grimelson in first with 10 points. That's on countback because Chris Chuckery is in second, also with 10 points. BJ Heckert in third with 8, and Adam Zolkowski in fourth with 3 points. And then lastly, our men's open. Jeremy Baker is in first. He has 23 points. Brian Bergen in second with 19. Matt Bushi in third with 11. And then Julian Caspito is in fourth on countback with 10 points, tied with Trevor Jaworski, also with 10. And Lane Campbell in sixth place with 2 points.
So we'll have Adam on the left.
And that was just in time because we are going to be starting our front hold.
Okay, so this is going to be a front hold. The trick is they got to lean against or have their backs against the trailer. They've got to lift the weight to a 90 degree, and they can't go below the 90. If they go below the 90 times
for anyone
up,
who doesn't know, in Strongman, the order of competitors for every event is based on the result of the preceding event. So if you win event 1, you go last in event 2. It's done that way because it rewards a good performance. If you know what your competition has done on the next event, you have an advantage. It rewards competitors doing well. It also is really nice because then if you have one really good event and maybe it's followed by a not so good event, you can start to kind of work your way back up if you're behind because you know what the people who are ahead of you have already done.
40 pounds and
that changes for our last event. For the last event, the order of competitors based on overall standings within each category. Okay. So, in our women's team, there is only one competitor, so she is there is no order to be determined. But on our men's masters lightweight, we are starting with Adam Zolkowski because he is currently has the lowest number of points among our lightweight masters men. And I figured out why the men's masters has been having issues. SCC added a Masters 50 plus category, new this year. We don't have any competitors in it today. But due to the sheet searching the men's masters, it doesn't differentiate the 40 plus and the 50 plus. So it's pulling up the, sometimes it's pulling up the 40 plus results, sometimes the 50 plus.
a lot of concentration there.
So the front hold here, I'm gonna take a look at what our men's masters weight is.
Good job, Adam.
It looks to be 40 pounds for our masters men, 15 pounds for our masters or our teen women.
Well done. Who's up next? BJ with Chuckery on deck and Malachi with Aiden on deck. So we just got to make slight changes to the weights in lane 2. How many pounds do you have there, Jeremy? 10 pounds, so we're at 25 pounds for the team boys. We've got 40 pounds for the men's lightweight.
All right. So on our teen boys, we're starting off with Malachi Weeb.
So it starts once they're at 90. They
And
stabilize.
our Masters lightweight men, our second competitor, BJ Heckert.
Focusing on something else.
The front hold is really an event that is mind over matter. Having strong front delts is definitely a factor, but if you're able to just tune out the discomfort and the burning in your shoulders, you're going to be able to beat a lot of great pressers who maybe have stronger shoulders than you, but who are a bit more sensitive to that discomfort.
You guys got this. Hey, BJ. Keep it up there. No. Okay, next up we've got Chuckery with
All right,
Gord
up
on deck,
next
and we've got Aiden with Ryder on deck.
For our Masters men, it's actually Chris Chuckery. The sheet, because they're tied, they both have 10 points. The sheet has them in the incorrect order. Chris Chuckery's up next. Gord is in the lead on countback. Oh.
Hey, Chuckery. Keep that focus there. Keep that up.
See some shaking in Chris's shoulders. Aiden has long arms. This is going to make it tougher. And it's dropping for Aiden. Chris Chuckery still holding strong.
Good job, Chuckery. Okay, next up we got Gord in the left lane, and we've got Ryder in the right lane.
They're cycling through these athletes quick. I'm not able to keep up.
In the left lane, we've got Chris W. on deck, and we've got Sabrina on deck for the right lane. Lane 2.
Okay, up next, Gord Grimolfsson. He is finishing out the competition. Love to see it. Hold. Not torn. Devin said torn. We have conflicting news.
Okay, up to 90 degrees.
All right.
And wait.
Gord of our Masters lightweight men. He's going to be looking to beat 33 seconds from Chris Chuckery. That would lock in his win for the day, despite an injury to his hamstring. Ryder Joy is just a victory lap, I believe, at this point. I don't think he's catchable by any of the other teen competitors.
Let's go, guys. Ryder's focused here. Gord's got focus.
Gord's looking solid, and I believe he's already put himself ahead of Chris Chuckery. So Gord, I believe, has won the event.
No problem.
Ryder is holding on for an unbelievably long time.
He's got this. Gord's trying to gain some points here. Make sure he stays in the...
Gord, 50 seconds for Gord. That.
Good job, Gord. Next up, we have Chris W. in the left with Clint on deck, and we have Sabrina in the right with Anna on deck. So...
Okay, up next, we have a category change. Going to our men's under 105 and our women's under 64.
Sorry, we just want to make sure we adjust the weights here.
Just got a weight change for the women's U64. Okay, so because we got some categories finishing up now, let's take a look. So, women's category, the only one that is wrapped up is the women's teen. Even though there's only one competitor, already knew the results there. But in our teen men, Ryder Joy takes the win, winning every event of the day, with Aiden Godling in second with 8 points, and Malachi Weeb in third with 5 points.
Okay, competitors are ready to go.
All right, we got our...
And they're off. You can see it feels light at first when they pick it up.
Our competitors are set.
It goes past that 90 very quickly, but it doesn't take long and it feels a whole lot heavier.
Both of them looking very solid.
So again, we have
Sabrina
Chris
has
on
her
left
eyes
and
closed,
Christina
just trying
on the
to
right.
tune out all the
We've got
discomfort,
Clint on deck for
go into her happy place.
lane 1. And we've got Anna on deck for lane 2.
Sabrina's starting to shake.
Come on, Chris.
About 35 seconds in, Chris goes down. Sabrina's still holding strong. She's starting to deal with some discomfort. She's trying to tune it out, and it goes down.
They're going to stop there. So next we have Clint.
Chris Weeb finishing with a time of,
We've got Garrett
not
on
finishing,
deck.
holding for a time of 32.43 seconds. And Sabrina McMullen lasted for 41.84.
If she's the last one left, I will.
Up next, we have Clint Grad on the left-hand side and Anna Deloli on the right. He's over there. It's
Okay, competitors are ready to go. And they're off.
2 and 2 wins. They each have 2 wins.
Nice and steady. You got this, Anna.
Just got to focus on keeping
Both
them
competitors looking really solid.
zone out of everything else that's going on. Just focus on keeping that up.
They're both wearing sunglasses. I can't tell if they have their eyes closed, trying to tune out the discomfort. Anna has been a tenacious competitor for a long time, competing often against herself. She's used to just, you know, pushing through for the sake of testing herself. I expect that she's going to hold for a very long time in this event. I just heard one of the refs tell her she's at 30 seconds. And she goes down. If I were to guess, that was probably around 37 seconds.
Okay, so now we've got Garrett with Martin on deck in lane 1, and we've got Geraldine with Michelle on deck in lane 2.
All right, the last of our men's under 105. We'll come back to our women's under 64 when times get inputted. The last of our men's under 105, Garrett Werstiuk, against the first of our women's under 73. No, sorry, our women's masters, Geraldine. Both competitors look to be holding really steady. They're both past 30 seconds, still holding strong. No movement between them. Garrett's starting to shake around 45 seconds. Gonna hold on for as long as possible. And he passes 50. He's starting to drop. Geraldine is still going strong. With arms perfectly straight. Not trying to take any bit of an advantage. Any bending of the rules at all. She's doing the strict. Gave a brief smile. She's over a minute.
Well
Right,
done.
down around a minute 8.
Good job. So we've got Martin in the left lane with Carter on deck.
So that wraps up our men's under 105. Garrett Werstiuk taking the win. 13 points to Clint's 10.
For the U120s in the left lane.
And in our U64s, who should have the official time, Anadoli, 10 points for the win. She actually held for a time of 48, so I probably misheard. I said I heard somebody tell her 30 seconds. Imagine that was probably a 40-second warning. In our U73, or no, continuing on with our Masters, I keep wanting to jump to that, the U73s. We have Michelle Kamanik. She did really good on a front hold at Battle of Barbarians in Saskatchewan. My apologies, stopwatch. We'll add 10 seconds to that. Martin Demarov on the left. First of our men's under 120s. This is really where Martin has a chance. I jinxed him. I think he has a chance to get some points. Because Martin won't give up until his body quits on him. But he doesn't quite have the strength yet of these other 120s. Michelle holding really steady. Oh, a warning for straighten her arms. But strong through 35 seconds. Her face looks like it's really hard, but she's not shaking.
Good job, Michelle.
She's at 45 seconds, still holding strong. She can catch Geraldine. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Kelly because those are two really good times. And down she goes.
Good job.
That could actually be enough to beat Geraldine.
Next up we have Carter.
I started the
lane
stopwatch
1 with Devin,
a little bit late.
We have Kelly in lane 2 with Chelsea on deck.
Let's see, 62 seconds from Michelle. So Kelly only needs to register a point at this point. So this is pretty much a lock. To register a point in this event, you just have to hold it for any time at all. So, and with that, Kelly's going to lock in a win for the competition. So, but I'm sure she's not going to quit premature. She's going to try to get as many points as she can, prove herself. Kelly's a new competitor, just started competing this year. And Carter goes down. He puts himself, I believe, ahead of Martin. Kelly holding strong. She's very steady. Arms completely locked, just like Geraldine. These Masters athletes, they're not trying to take any sort of cheating, any sort of bending of the rules. They're doing this strict. They're proving they're strong.
Nice and steady, Kelly.
She's at 50 seconds, so she's only got 10 more seconds before she ties Michelle. And then maybe passes Geraldine.
Hold on to it.
Good job, Kelly.
She's holding really steady. I believe that she's in second place. And that puts her ahead of Geraldine. How long can she hold it? She's really doing really well here. Tuning out that discomfort. Her shoulders have got to be burning. Oh, about a minute 20. That made me jump.
Okay, next up we have got Devin with Ryan on deck, and we have Chelsea in lane 2 with Lexi on deck.
74 seconds for Kelly. Good job. Up next, we're moving on to our women's under 73. So we're starting with Chelsea Boyce. There's another category. She can't catch Lexi unless Lexi zeros, in which case it would go to a count back. But with an event like the front hold, zeros don't happen. So generally, as long as the competitor can, do a front raise with the weight for at least one repetition, they'll get some points. They'll get at least one. So unlikely that Lexi will zero this event, but Chelsea coming all this way from Ontario is going to want to prove herself. and see how close she can make this competition. They're just adjusting the loading pin. Have to add a little bit of weight.
Some minor technical difficulties.
Look at the results for our men's under 120 so far. Oh, Martin actually is ahead
And here they go.
of Carter. Devin looks like he's holding it a little bit high. He's probably going to get a warning. No, he's lowered it.
Devin, Chelsea.
You have Devin Normandin on the left-hand side of your screen, Chelsea Boyce on the right.
Arms out nice and straight. Good focus there.
Just passing the 20-second mark. And for anyone who maybe notices any discrepancies between the on-screen timer and the official times recorded, the timer for each competitor doesn't start until they stand up in control of the weight.
It's a lot harder than it looks.
So you've seen Devin there. He took a couple seconds to collect himself before starting before picking the implement.
The left side.
That time isn't going to count to his result. Up next are under 73 woman in the lead right now, Lexi Runke. Again, she just has to pick this weight to guarantee herself the win overall. But just like Chelsea, just because the result is cemented, that doesn't mean that she's going to take it easy. And on the left-hand side of your screen is Ryan Fraze of the Forge Gym in Winkler. Ryan is going to be hosting our SEC Manitoba Provincials.
Ryan's trying to find the right place for it.
Ryan looks like he's dealing with some shoulder discomfort. He might have injured himself on the overhead press event. Yeah, he looks strong. Yeah. He's strong enough. I think he's just injured.
Shoulder looks like it's giving him some trouble there.
Lexi holding strong. I was too distracted by Ryan. I forgot to start the timer. Oh, I don't think Lexi lasted more than 30 seconds, so I don't think she's going to be ahead of Chelsea.
There's a class change in the right lane.
We're going up to our U82s.
Just want to
Oh, we are not changing the weight for the U82s.
Hooters Restaurant in Winnipeg. Also Supplement King, Iron Age Gym, and also training.
See if Ryan was able to register a time. They gave him 3 seconds. So that's a good example of why zeros don't tend to happen in front holds. Ryan was injured. He was clearly in discomfort, but he did manage to hold it there for any time at all. So that gets him a point. I know when you're pushing through an injury, that's all you can ask of yourself. He did cement his second place finish.
We got Jenna and we have Tyler. And here they go.
Tyler get a warning for his butt coming off of the wall. Shout out to our sponsor, Red River Siding and Eaves Troughs and Training Grounds Gym, both on your screen right now. Both owned by Devin Penner, who organizes all these competitions. Without Devin, these competitions probably wouldn't happen. It's all of his equipment, all of his volunteers from his gym. I shouldn't say all, but lots of the volunteers are from his gym helping out today. We've had volunteers from all over the province helping out.
You got this. Keep breathing.
Wow, and Jenna lasted a long 45 seconds. It's a long time to deal with that discomfort when you don't have competition to beat. We're moving on to our open division to finish things off. We have, actually, we'll go over the overalls for the men's under 120 because that division is finished now. So, finishing in first place was Tyler Prince with 22 points. Ryan Fraser was in second with 12, and Devin Normandin rounds out the podium in his first ever strongman competition, or at least his first in many years, in third with 10 points. There we are, men's open. Up Lane Campbell. Lane is a good overhead presser. He's got strong shoulders. I think this is going to be an event that he likes. He hasn't had the best day. I know that he's been very busy with work and is just coming out here for fun and to test himself. I know he's not showcasing what he's capable of today.
Trevor up next with Julian on deck.
But he didn't pull out despite the adversity. He's still testing himself.
Well done.
Same with Jessica. Brand new athlete,
We've got Abby
I would guess.
with Emma on deck.
And you know, she's just pushing herself, seeing what she's able to do. And you love to see competitors just doing everything they can. Up next, we have Trevor Jaworski on the left-hand side of your screen. And on the right is going to be Abby Harms, both of these competitors in our men's and women's open categories, respectively.
Okay, here we have Trevor and we have Abby.
Trevor, I think, will be really great at tuning out the discomfort in this event and holding for a long time. Abby looks like she's already shaking a little bit. It's already dropping. She needs to lift it. No, it goes down for Abby.
Well done. Good job, Abby.
Looked to be about 17 seconds to me. Trevor still holding steady.
Not gonna just let it down.
Just starting to shake,
Come on, Trevor.
He's got this. Let's go,
but he has some perseverance. He's going to keep pushing.
Put it up there. Good job.
That's all he could manage. About 37 seconds, it looks like to
we
me.
have Julian with Matt on deck. And we have Emma with Aaron on deck.
Up next, Julian Caspito on the left-hand side of your screen. He's going to be, well, going head-to-head, not competing against, Emma Grimmelson on the right. Julian's going to be looking to claw back some points. Him and Matt Bushi are fighting for the last spot on the podium.
Come on, Emma.
Sorry, that was a late timer.
Come on, Julian.
Both these lifters looking. Oh, Julian wasn't even shaking, but he just went down very suddenly. It's like 22 seconds for Julian. I don't think that's the time that he would have wanted. I don't. Actually, that puts Trevor Jaworski.
Don't let it down, Emma.
Julian.
Good job.
Oh, and Emma getting everything she could,
We have
every second that she could out of that event.
with Brian on deck. And we have Aaron with Ariel on deck.
We'll check in on our overall standings for the women so far. Jessica Hickaway currently in first, depending on the results from Emma. And Abby Harms will be in third with 14.5 seconds. Emma with 41 seconds. So that puts her in first place so far. Doesn't look like she'll be able to put herself onto the podium. She wasn't able to get enough points to catch Aaron, it looks like. Aaron is only 1 point behind Ariel, so I think she's going to be looking to move up higher onto the podium. And only 3 points back from first, so it's all to play for still. We got a lot to go for. Oh, but it goes down. That's going to put her third out of the athletes who have gone so far. And Matt goes down around 37 seconds.
Next up, we have Brian in the left lane with Jeremy on deck. and
We'll wait for the
Ariel in right
confirmed
lane
times.
with Anna on deck. These are our last 4 competitors for the day. So let's make sure we let them hear.
Come on, Ariel.
All right, up next, we have on the right-hand side of your screen, Ariel Griffith, currently in second place for your open women. And on the left, also in second for the open men, is Brian Bergen.
Brian's up and set. Ariel's up and set.
Ariel looks like she's trying to find the right spot right up so her arms are parallel to the ground.
Nice focus here.
Moving around a little bit, but I don't think that's strength. I think she's just unsure of where she's supposed to be.
Ariel doesn't seem to be phased by this at all. Brian's shaking a little bit.
Ariel's starting to shake now.
Brian, push through it.
Gets a warning for her arms.
Push through,
Cleans
Brian.
them out. She's going to try to put herself in first to put a lot of pressure on Anna.
Keep it up there.
And I do believe she's put herself in first place. Brian goes down. Brian around 43 seconds.
A little longer.
Ariel's arms are dropping 52 seconds.
You got Jeremy and Anna. These are your last two competitors for the day. Let's make sure they hear us.
52. Oh, actually, 50. Yes. All right, we got our last two competitors of the day, both representing Iron Age strength, both in first place in their respective divisions. Jeremy Baker on your left and Anna Fund on your right.
Here they go.
Oh, let's restart that stopwatch.
Come on, Anna. Come on, Anna. Zone in,
I don't know why it's not restarting.
Don't think about it.
Okay, that timer's going to be a little bit behind because it did not start back at 0. It's probably at a good 5 seconds.
What's going on?
Come on, Anna, just hold on.
And then it looks a little bit similar to Ariel, where she's not quite sure exactly where it's supposed to be.
You got this.
Don't let go.
But Anna's very good at tuning out discomfort. She's very good at events that just are mind over matter. Oh, she's starting to shake a lot. It's dropping, it's falling down, and that's it for Anna.
Good job.
I'm not sure how many points that's going to be for Anna. I think that puts her just ahead of Jessica, which will give her 3 points and have her tied with Ariel.
They're just going to tabulate all the standings.
But we'll have to wait and see for the official time.
Momentarily, so you want to stick around, see how everyone placed, how it ended up in the finals.
Just waiting for the official times for Anna and Jeremy. And Anna with 41.32 seconds puts her tied with Ariel. And it looks like Ariel takes the win on countback. Meanwhile, in the men's open, Jeremy first place on the front hold with 42.8 seconds and 29 points and first overall. We'll just make sure that everything is entered 100% correctly, and we will be right back.
to start with the ladies division. In teen, we have Natasha. She placed first. Natasha, there she is. Her parents.
I got a live stream.
Okay. Congratulations, Natasha.
Welcome back for the
She
awards.
placed first in her division.
So we're going to go through every division.
Even though I threw her off by calling her Sabrina, she still plays first.
So for our teen women, Natasha McMullen, mentioned,
Yeah, she did.
was competing against herself today.
Next, we have the U64.
All right.
I'd like to call Sabrina up.
Up next in the women's under 64,
She
we have
placed
her
second
sister,
in the U64.
Sabrina
The
McMullen.
real Sabrina.
Second place in the under 64s with 4 points.
And your first place for the U64 is Anna D.
And
Good job, Anna.
first place in the under 64 kilo category, Anna Deloli. With event wins across the board, very seasoned competitor. Sabrina in her first season. Sure is learning a lot and going to get better and better.
Great job. For U73, second place is Chelsea. Chelsea wants to come up.
In our women's under 63, Chelsea Boyce in second place with 7 points. Ended up being a very close
And
race.
first place in U73
Only 1
is
point separating them.
Lexi.
And in first place in the under 73s, Lexi Runke. First place only 1 point ahead of Chelsea.
Good job, competitors. So U82, I'd like to
In
call up
our
Jenna to
under
claim her first
82
place.
category, we only had one competitor, Jenna Dare. So Jenna competing against herself today, but has shown a lot of growth in the 2 years that she's been doing strongman.
Okay, then we're going to move to the Masters division. I'd like to call up Geraldine to accept her third place award.
Oh.
Great job, Geraldine.
Up next in our women's Masters 40 plus, Geraldine Nett in third place.
And I'd like to call up
Finishing
Michelle
with 6.5
to claim her
points.
second place award.
And in
Great job,
second
Michelle.
place, we have Michelle Kamanik, finishing the day with 10 points and an event win in the deadlift.
And I'd like to call up Kelly to accept her first place award
And winning
in the
the
Masters division. Great job,
Masters
Kelly.
40 plus was Kelly Giddings. Really strong performance from Kelly all around.
Great job to all the competitors here. Next up, we're going to go to the open division. I'd like to call up Aaron.
Up next, our
She
third
placed
place
in the open. Great
in
job,
our
Aaron.
women's open division, Aaron Penner.
Okay, then I'd like to call up Anna. Great job, Anna. She plays second.
Second
Well
place
done.
for our women's open. And just on
It's a
count
big
back,
competitive group they got going on there.
you can see she didn't have a placing lower than third.
And first place
25 points. Also on 25 points was Ariel Griffith. So in the case of a tie, for anyone who doesn't know, for strongman, the tiebreaker is what we call countback, which means if two athletes are on the same number of points, the winner is whoever had more first place finishes. If they have the same number of first place finishes, the winner is whoever had more second place finishes, and on down the list. So Ariel with 3 first place finishes wins the tiebreaker over Anna, who only had 2 first place finishes.
Come on down. Malachi managed to get 3rd place. Great job. Well done.
For our men's teen division, our 3rd place winner is Malachi Weeb.
I'd like to then call up Aiden.
2nd place,
2nd place finish here. Great job,
Aiden Godlin. Very solid performance today from Aiden.
And then I'd like to call up Ryder to come get your 1st place. Great job,
And with
Ryder.
a really dominant performance today, Ryder Joy
Here's these guys are going to be competing.
took the win in every event today.
You just watch.
He has a bit more training experience than our other 2 teen boys from today. So,
Good job.
but I'm sure they're going to look to close the gap
U105.
in the next few competitions.
I'd like to call up Chris W. Chris took 3rd place in the U105.
The men's under 105. 3rd place was Chris Weeb. Rough start to his day, taking a couple zeros, but finished out strong.
Okay, next I'd like to call up Clint.
In 2nd place in our under 105s is Clint Grad.
Good job, Clint.
Clint managing a couple event wins. Put himself on the back foot with a 0 in the deadlift. But an overall good performance and winning the under 105s, Garrett Wurstiuk. Garrett managing 3 event wins today.
Next up, we have the U120. I'd like to call up Devin. Devin took 3rd in the U120 class.
3rd place in our under 120s in his first strongman competition. Devin Normandin. There it comes.
Great job, Devin.
With an event win.
Next, I'd like
That
to
front
call up
hold shot him up the leaderboard.
Ryan, come on down and grab your 2nd place for the U120.
2nd place in the under 120s, Ryan Fraze.
Great job, Ryan.
And then rounding out our 120 podium in 1st place,
1st place goes to
Tyler Prince.
in the U120. Great job.
You know, came out of the gate swinging. 1st in the first 4 events. 4th in event 5. Not sure if that was strategic. Just didn't need to waste the energy.
Okay, the next class we're going to go to is the Masters Division.
But a very good day for Tyler overall.
Chris Chuckery.
For our men's Masters lightweight,
There he is. 3rd place.
in 3rd
Great
place,
job, Chuckery.
we have Chris Chuckery. So Chris finishing with an event win in the deadlift.
Next is BJ. Come on down. 2nd place for BJ in the Masters
And in
Division.
2nd place, BJ Heckert.
That just means they're a little bit older than you guys. That's all.
He also had an event win for him in the Farmers. Put in a solid performance, couple 2nd places.
And last but not least, I'd like to call up Gordy, maybe injured. but
Rounding
he's gonna make
out-
his way down here to take his first
Rounding
place
out our
in the
Masters podium in
Division.
1st place, the Masters national champion, Masters lightweight national champion, Gord Grimolfsson. Hamstring injury and all, limps to the podium. tried to play it safe. Didn't do an attempt on the deadlift. But wasn't able to escape injury today. That's okay. He was able to finish out the competition.
The next and last class is the open division for the men's. Matt took 3rd place. Come on down.
3rd place in our men's open is Matt Bushi. And Matt ending up on the podium just from some good consistency throughout the day. Didn't manage a rep on the deadlift, but everything else was 3rd or 4th.
Come on, grab your medal.
In 2nd place for our men's open, Brian Bergen. And see another example of consistency.
Goes to Jeremy.
Just never had an event under 3rd. And in 1st place for our men's open, Jeremy Baker, who had an outstanding day. Only 1 2nd place finish and first. Other than that, first across the board.
Good job to all competitors. Thanks again for coming out. Hope you appreciated the comp. And
awesome job from Jeremy and all of our competitors.
Don't forget to
this was
watch
a
the Strong and Petty,
this was a tough
podcast.
competition.
And also to support the sponsors.
And having to move it the day before, I'm sure a lot of them, you meticulously plan out how much rest you have before a competition. I'm sure a lot of these competitors are probably feeling a little bit more beat up than they normally would. We want to take a moment. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for supporting Strongman in Manitoba. Thank you to all of our volunteers. Thank you to our sponsors, Hooters, Supplement King, Red River Siding, Iron Age Strength, Training Grounds Gym. They make these competitions possible. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without them. If you're in need of anything, place to eat, supplements, if you're looking to renovate your house, make sure to check out our sponsors. They support Strongman. Let's support them. Okay. Thank you very much for tuning in. Our next competition is going to be, I believe, actually, the Magnus Classic qualifier in Gimli, Manitoba. I will not be there, but we will try to make arrangements for a live stream. And then our next one after that is going to be Provincials out in Winkler, Manitoba. So make sure to tune in for both of those competitions. They're going to be awesome. The Magnus qualifier showcases some great up-and-coming strongmen. Last year we had Tristan Hoth as our winner, and look where he got. So you get an opportunity to see potentially some of the best in the world before anybody else knows about them. So make sure to check out the Magnus Classic qualifier. Make sure to check out Provincials. Magnus Classic, on August 3rd. Provincials is August 10th. Okay?